The Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4, the chair may postpone further proceedings on approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment. And without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements of extraneous materials on today's business. To insert something into the record, please have your staff email the previously circulated address or contact full committee staff. As a reminder to members, staff, and all others physically present in this room, per guidance from the Office of the Attending Physician, masks must be worn at all times during today's markup. Please also sanitize your seating area. The chair views these measures as a safety issue and therefore an important matter of order and decorum for this proceeding. As a reminder to members joining remotely, please keep your video function on at all times, even when you are not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves, and please remember to mute yourself after you finish speaking. Consistent with House rules, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. I see that we have a quorum. As members were notified yesterday, we intend to first consider 10 measures and their amendments in block. Then we will move on to consider the remaining measures and their amendments. Any roll call votes will be postponed to the end of the markup. Pursuant to notice, the purpose of this markup, I now call up the measures and their amendments that were previously circulated to member officers, which, without objection, will be considered in block. And each measure is considered as read, and the amendments to each are considered as read and are agreed to. Without objection, after remarks, the committee will vote to order the measures favorably reported in block. As amended, if amended, and each amendment or amendments to each bill shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. The measures in the in-block package are: 1, H.R. 1251, cyber diplomacy with a Keating amendment in the nature of a substitute. H.Res. 124, supporting the people of Belarus and their democratic aspirations and condemning the election rigging and subsequent violent crackdowns on peaceful protesters by the illegitimate Lukashenka regime with a Keating amendment in the nature of a substitute. H.R. 241, Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Act of 2021. H.R. 567, the Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partnership Act with a Jacobs Amendment. H.Res. 130, condemning the continued violation of rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong by the People's Republic of China and the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. H.Res. 134, condemning the military coup that took place on February 1st, 2021 in Burma and the Burmese military detention of civilian leaders, calling for the release of all those detained and for those elected to serve in Parliament to resume their duties and for other purposes. H.R. 1112, Protect Democracy in Burma Act of 2021 with a Connolly Amendment in the nature of a substitute. H.Res. 137, reaffirming the importance of upholding democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in the United States foreign policy. H.R. 965, to establish a comprehensive United States government initiative to build the capacity of young leaders and entrepreneurs in Africa, and for other purposes with a Bass Amendment in the nature of a substitute. H.R. 1211, American Values and Security and International Athletics Act. I now recognize myself to speak on the en bloc package. The legislation in our en bloc package has a common theme: democracy. These measures make clear that this committee's position that America will not be silent when a military coup supplants democracy, and as we've regrettably seen in Burma, or when authoritarians cling to power through fraudulent elections, as in Belarus. We will consider a resolution that makes clear that America stands in solidarity with the people of Hong Kong, with pro-democracy protesters who are being persecuted for fighting to preserve a fundamental democratic right, the right to determine their own leadership. The en bloc package also emphasizes that we must be forward-looking in our foreign policy. Representative Bass's Young African Leaders Initiative bill is about cultivating leaders of tomorrow on the fastest growing continent in the future. Mr. McCall's cyber diplomacy legislation is focused on ensuring that our diplomacy keeps up with the technologies of the future. I support all of the measures we are considering today and credit each of the members with legislation in the en bloc for their terrific work. I urge all members to join me and to do the same. And I'll now recognize our ranking member and thank him for working with us, Mr. McCall of Texas, for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our first markup of this Congress, I want to thank the new members as well. Last Congress, our committee worked on a bipartisan basis, and as a result, over 20 important measures were signed into law. Today, we'll be considering several that came close but didn't quite make it, such as the Department of State Authorization Act, the Cyber Diplomacy Act, the Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partnership Program Act, and the American Values and Security and International Athletics Act. The last comprehensive State Department authorization bill that became law was in 2002, well before I was in Congress and back when I had a lot less gray hair. And sir, I think it's time. It's been way too long. I'm proud to be original co-sponsor of the state authorization bill that we are considering today, which reasserts Congress's Article 1 authorities to give the direction to the department and includes several legislative proposals from Republican members. Specifically, it provides for cost-saving measures in embassy construction. It eliminates outdated and duplicative reports and authorizes anti-corruption programming. It also improves the efficiency of department programs by mandating rigorous metrics to measure success so we can know taxpayer money isn't being wasted. Now, I want to thank our new members, Ms. Kim, Mr. Pfluger, Mr. Meiser, Mr. Stubbe, for their thoughtful contributions to this markup. And today's state bill markup is an important first step in a process that involves the House, the Senate, and the administration. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership and your commitment to work together as these negotiations continue. The Cyber Diplomacy Act, which I introduced with Chairman Meeks, takes several steps to support an open, interoperable, and secure cyberspace. Our bill establishes an ambassador at large to lead the State Department's cyber diplomacy efforts. It outlines an international cyber policy to advance democratic principles and reject Russian and Chinese attempts to control and censor the internet. And it requires the State Department to provide assessments related to internet freedoms in other countries. As you know, Mr. Chairman, malicious cyber activity by state and non-state actors threatens our national and economic security. We understand the State Department has plans for a new cyber bureau, which varies from what our bill calls for. I pledge to work with the department, the chairman, and the Senate to find the best path forward to advance our shared goals of bolstering and elevating states' critical cyber mission. But in any event, we must get this done. I stood up and authorized the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency within the Department of Homeland Security to defend the nation from cyber attacks. But we need this mission and this office at the State Department so that we can have international norms and standards when it comes to cyber security. If anything, the SolarWinds breach from Russia, I think, exemplifies the importance of why we need these international norms and standards. The Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partnership Act that I introduced with my good friend Mr. Keating will also strengthen our support for counterterrorism operations in West Africa, an area where the terror threat is on the rise. It is currently estimated that 10,000 ISIS and al-Qaeda jihadists have established a presence across the continent. In the last year alone, ISIS and al-Qaeda affiliated terrorist attacks in the Sahel have more than doubled, killing over 4,000 people. This legislation will, for the first time, authorize a program called the Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partnership. This program works with countries such as Chad, Mali, Nigeria, and Nigeria to build their capacity to conduct counterterrorism operations, prevent the spread of violent extremism, and strengthen the rule of law. My bill requires the State Department, USAID, and Department of Defense to work together to develop a counterterrorism strategy in West Africa and the Sahel. By taking a multifaceted approach and better coordinating our efforts, we can help prevent terrorism from gaining a larger foothold in these countries and address the root causes of extremism. So I appreciate the chairman joining me and working with me, also on the American Values and Security and International Athletics Act. The bill directs the State Department to establish a briefing program for American athletes on human rights and privacy concerns in certain countries. The Chinese Communist Party used the 2008 Beijing Summer Olympics to whitewash its image and now is set to host the 2022 Winter Olympics. Ensuring Team USA is appropriately informed about human rights issues and intrusive surveillance will help protect them from exploitation and help prevent the CCP from using the Olympics as a propaganda exercise. The Chinese Communist Party is the greatest long-term national security threat to the interest of the United States. It's essential for us to come together not as Republicans and Democrats, but as Americans as we approach the Beijing Olympics and on countless other aspects of this challenge, that we support our athletes and we support their safety and security. This bill is a strong bipartisan step forward, and I look forward to working with my friends across the aisle to help address this generational challenge with more legislation at a future markup. And lastly, I want to thank Mr. Shabbat, the new ranking member of the Asia Subcommittee, for his work on the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Reauthorization Act. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support the measures that we are considering here today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. Thank you for working collectively together as we work on this first markup. Now, because of the hybrid virtual format of this markup, I will recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the en bloc package. If you happen to miss your turn to speak on the en bloc, please let our staff know, and we will circle back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally. Does anyone wish to speak on the en bloc?
Seeking recognition, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sherman of California.
Well, thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Chair, on presiding over your first markup. Once again, we have 12 bipartisan bills, and as to 10 of them, we have no partisan controversy at all. I especially want to thank you for taking up the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Act of 2021. This is something I've been working on for well over 20 years. back in 1998. Congressman Rob Portman introduced the first of these bills, and I was his chief Democratic co-sponsor then. And I'm pleased to be Steve Shabat's chief Democratic co-sponsor on this reauthorization of a program that has already preserved 67 million acres of tropical forest by allowing tropical countries to agree to conserve tropical forest in return for debt reduction. I want to thank Andy Levin and Jerry Conley for focusing our attention on Burma. They both have very worthwhile bills, and I like Jerry Conley's focus on the United Nations and ASEAN. I also look forward, Mr. Chairman, to working with you on your bill on Burma, Myanmar, and I hope very much that we provide that no economic aid is going to Burma, Myanmar until the Rohingya are repatriated and until they are given citizenship documents. This is not because I don't think our economic aid does some good, but I believe that our foreign aid dollars could do better elsewhere. There are many countries who aren't guilty of ethnic cleansing and near genocide, where our foreign aid and economic development dollars would be better spent. But I look forward to the day when Burma, Myanmar earns American foreign aid by changing its policies, adopting democracy and respect for ethnic minorities. I want to thank Karen Bass for her Young African Leaders Initiative program. And I want to thank the chairman for his resolution for the people of Hong Kong. This builds on my bill, the Hong Kong Autonomy Act, which imposed sanctions on those that are instrumental to violating Hong Kong's autonomy rights. This was signed into law by President Trump last year. I guess he didn't notice who had introduced the legislation, and I'm glad to see that this is law. I look forward, as the day goes on, to focusing on the two bills that are not part of the en bloc, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Representative Smith from New Jersey.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I'll just focus on three of the bills that are pending before, or resolutions before the committee. H.Res. 124, authored by Chairman Keating, is an excellent resolution. It condemns Alexander Lukashenka's ongoing and ever-increasing crackdown on peaceful protesters and gives needed momentum to Belarus's democracy movement, which at this moment absolutely needs U.S. and international support. As my colleagues know, the leading opposition presidential candidate, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, almost certainly won the election in August and helped form the Coordination Council as a means to seek a peaceful transition of power, and she and the council absolutely need our consistent support and our encouragement. Ms. Tikhanovskaya is in exile, as we all know, in Lithuania, where she continues to rally the Belarusian people and the world and demand democracy and human rights for her nation. Nearly 8 months have passed, I should say, since the fake August 9th presidential election, and about 2 months since President Trump signed into law the Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act of 2020 as part of the omnibus package. That law, as I think some members know, updated the Belarus Democracy Act of 2004, 6, and 11, all laws that I authored in previous Congresses. Sadly, if things have changed in Belarus, they have changed for the worse. While Belarusians continue to peacefully protest Lukashenka's fraudulent election, his brutal repression has forced Belarusians to organize on a more local level. On February 18th, a mixed court sentenced two Belsat journalists to 2 years in prison for reporting live from a rally against the death of an anti-government protester in November of 2020. Belarus is now reportedly looking into adopting another policy, another draconian policy, that will expand the definition of extremism to include peaceful protesters and journalists simply reporting the facts. This resolution reiterates and renews our solidarity with a united, smart, principled, tenacious, and extraordinarily brave Belarusian democratic opposition. I also want to express my strongest support. I'm happy to be a co-sponsor of my friend and colleague Karen Bass, Chairwoman Bass's resolution bill on the Young African Leaders Initiative program. The YALI program identifies and invites young leaders from across the African continent to participate in training programs that enhance their leadership skills. Among these individuals, some are selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship here in the United States. I've had the privilege and the honor to meet with YALI leaders over the years and have participated in the Mandela Fellowship program through Rutgers University in my own home state of New Jersey. And finally, I want to speak in support of H.Res 130, introduced by the chairman and the ranking member, to address the tragic, ongoing deterioration of civil and political rights in Hong Kong. Once again, we see the long arm of Xi Jinping, who simultaneously is committing genocide against the Uyghur population. And we see that the Chinese Communist Party is seeking to impose its totalitarian system on an independent-minded people, made worse in the case of Hong Kong, as this is being done in flagrant violation of a treaty which the People's Republic of China had entered into. We are witnessing the arrest of democracy-loving lawmakers and advocates and the erosion of the rule of law. Martin Lee, so many great people are now being tried by this dictatorship. We've also seen the arrest warrants issued for American citizen Samuel Chu, and of course, Joshua Wong, that incredibly brave young man, has also been tried, and he has been in prison before, short periods of time, but now we're all worried about a longer sentence by this dictatorship. Last year, Congress passed and the President signed the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, of which I was the author of the House-passed version. It is important that the new administration in the White House speak out and use the tools and the other tools embedded in legislation that this committee and this Congress has passed and will pass hopefully in the future as well, to hold the communist dictatorship to account. I yield back the balance, and I thank the chair.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the representative from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you and Mr. McCall for the bipartisan spirit in which you're having this very first markup of your new chairmanship, and I very much appreciate it, and our colleagues do as well. And I enthusiastically support the en bloc package, and thank all of our colleagues for their distinguished contributions and their able staff for putting together the en bloc package. I also look forward to supporting the State Department authorization bill, and I echo what Mr. McCall and you, Mr. Chairman, have said, how important that bill is, but we'll talk about that later. I particularly want to thank both you and the ranking member for working with me and our staff on H.R. 1112, the Protect Democracy in Burma Act of 2021, and including it on the markup today, along with Mr. Levin's very thoughtful bill as well. I recently introduced the legislation with my colleagues and House Democracy Partnership Chair, Mr. David Price of North Carolina, and our co-chair, Republican Vern Buchanan of Florida. It's been endorsed by Freedom House, Freedom Now, and Global Witness. I want to thank a number of my colleagues in the committee, both Republicans and Democrats, who have been added as co-sponsors of the bill. On February 1, the Burmese military seized control of Burma's government in a coup d'etat and detained democratically elected leaders, including State Councilor Daw Aung San Suu Kyi and President Win Myint. The military has declared martial law, suspended the civilian-led government, and detained newly elected members of parliament in an election, by the way, that was overwhelming in the mandate given to the governing party. The United States must stand with the people of Myanmar in demanding a return to the country's national democratic transition. That's why we introduced the Protect Democracy in Burma Act, to hold the military junta accountable and to restore democracy to the country and its people as expeditiously as possible. The Protect Democracy in Burma Act would establish as policy of the United States that we condemn the coup, urge the unconditional release of detained leaders and civil society members forthwith, and support a return to democratic transition immediately. It also instructs the United States government to use its voice, vote, and influence in the United Nations and to hold accountable those responsible for the coup. to engage with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, and their member states to promote a quick return to Burma's democratic transition and democratic values throughout the region. Finally, the legislation states, as a sense of Congress, that the Burmese military has effectively nullified international collaboration aimed at strengthening the country's parliament, including its partnership with the Congress through the House Democracy Partnership. The House Democracy Partnership works directly, as you know, Mr. Chairman, with parliaments around the world to support the development of effective, independent, and responsive legislative institutions. HDP approved a legislative strengthening partnership with Burma in 2016, and I was privileged to join Representative Price and Ranking Vice Chair Vern Buchanan in the first congressional delegation to meet with the new civilian-led government led by State Councilor Aung San Suu Kyi and civil society leaders. The United States and international community have roundly condemned the military actions and begun to take action to hold accountable those responsible. Congress must do its part to signal steadfast support for the Burmese people and their democratically elected leaders now in detention. The Protect Democracy in Burma Act would do just that. I encourage its adoption by the committee and am very grateful for its inclusion in the unblocked package. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Connolly yields back. I now recognize Representative Shabbat of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for putting together a slate of bipartisan bills, including the State Department reauthorization, for your first markup as our chairman, following the longstanding bipartisanship in this particular committee, so we appreciate you continuing with that. And I want to focus on two measures today. First, Congressman Levin's H.R. 134, for which I serve as the principal Republican co-sponsor. We introduced this resolution to condemn the Burmese military's coup against the civilian government on February 1st. The military's decision to seize control and detain top political leaders, including Aung San Suu Kyi, as well as President Win Myint, as well as hundreds of other innocent civilians, is a blatant violation of the rights of the Burmese people. Self-government is not some sort of temporary arrangement or a gift from the military. Burma's generals absolutely cannot simply back out of democracy when it's no longer serving their purposes. To the Burmese people who have been peacefully protesting this action for weeks now, know that America and the world stand with you in your struggle for freedom. I'll spend the balance of my time on the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Act of 2021, which is bipartisan legislation I introduced along with my Democratic colleague, Mr. Sherman, and I want to thank him for his leadership on this measure. As returning members of the committee may remember, this bill is aligned with Ohio Senator Rob Portman's Tropical Forest Conservation Act. We reauthorized that program with legislation that became law back in the 115th Congress, but that has since lapsed. Today's legislation would extend the life of the program. We introduced it last Congress, but the Senate didn't get it done, so we have updated it for this fiscal year and reintroduced it. The bill extends a debt forgiveness program under which developing nations can have concessional debt they owe the U.S. forgiven in exchange for investing in local conservation efforts. Developing nations are home to some of the world's most endangered and biologically diverse tropical forests and coral reefs. These critical ecosystems support the livelihoods of local populations as well as an abundance of species, much of it endangered. Coral reefs are also extremely important, necessary for the world, for a whole range of things, from fish stocks. They're magnets for tourism, and they provide economic opportunities. Since 1998, this program has protected over 67 million acres of tropical forest, as Mr. Sherman mentioned a little while ago. And in terms of carbon emissions, that's equivalent of taking 11 million vehicles off the road. Our constituents back home may wonder why this program is a good use of scarce resources. Very good question. In addition to the benefits just mentioned, it advances U.S. interest in a number of ways. It does development right. This is not putting money into a pipe dream with questionable results. Under this program, debt forgiveness comes with a lot of requirements attached, and it brings in civil society to help developing countries learn how to better manage their natural resources. This in turn makes them more self-reliant, preparing developing countries to take care of these natural resources on their own. Our legislation is diametrically opposed to the Chinese investment model, whereas China's One Belt, One Road initiative produces corrupt, elite-centered, get-rich-quick debt traps. Our program is the opposite. It brings transparency to natural resource management by engaging civil society. It focuses on the people who depend on these ecosystems for food and economic activity instead of on elites. It fosters sustainable development, and it utilizes debt forgiveness instead of being a debt trap. This program is an excellent tool for the State Department to showcase the U.S. development model and bring real gains in the developing world. And perhaps most tellingly, developing countries, let's face it, are unlikely to pay back this particular category of debt, this concessional debt. Since the U.S. is unlikely to recoup the debt anyway, we might as well figure out a creative way to get something in return, and that's what this does. In the interest of the whole world, in protecting our rainforest and coral reefs, this is a very good program. It's targeted, it's proven, it's a sustainable way, and it pays for this in a way that actually makes sense. It's a win for the taxpayer, it's a win for developing countries, it's a win for America. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Bass from California.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks, for this markup, your first markup. Congratulations for your first markup. And we will continue in the tradition of this committee on a bipartisan basis. I'm pleased to ask for your support for the Young African Leaders Initiative of 2021. This legislation is bipartisan, and I hope that it can move forward to continue to work in a bipartisan way. I want to thank Ranking Member Chris Smith and Representative Jeff Fortenberry for supporting the bill and showing once again that we can work together for the good of the American people. One of Africa's biggest resources is its young people, and it's vital that U.S. national security strategy include Africa and its leaders of tomorrow. The investment we make in these young people today will benefit not only Africa, but our country through trade and investment, peace and security measures, and strong democratic institutions. The YALI program, Young African Leaders Program, seeks to build the capacity of young African leaders in the areas of business, civic engagement, or public administration. YALI offers young leaders professional development, training, and networking opportunities, particularly in the areas of leadership, innovation, civic engagement, elections, human rights, entrepreneurship, and good governance. Increased economic and technical assistance to young African leaders is also a feature of the program to promote growth and economic and strengthen ties between the United States and African businesses. The YALI program also awards fellowships under the Mandela Washington Fellowship Program to young African leaders ages 18 to 35 who've identified strong capacities for entrepreneurship, innovation, and public service. I believe the YALI program is one of the best long-term strategies we have in building mutual respect and partnership with the continent. Many of us in Congress have seen the success of the program right here in Washington, D.C. Fellows have come to both Republican and Democratic offices to share their stories on how being exposed to American culture, taking courses at American universities, and learning about American laws and systems have helped shape their careers, whether in the civic, public administration, business, or entrepreneurial space. But the best part of the program is that young leaders from around the continent have an opportunity to meet and develop relationships with each other. And for those of us members of the committee or other members of Congress that have been on congressional delegations to the continent of Africa, you often have an opportunity to meet the YALI leaders there. And it is really impressive to hear them talk about You might be from Ghana, you've met someone from South Africa, and you wouldn't have had the opportunity to do that any other way. And they build those relationships and are able to continue to develop business opportunities, educational opportunities, and I know every opportunity I have had when they come to the Hill, because the Mandela Fellows that stay at Howard University do come to the Hill, pre-COVID, of course. And every time I have spoken with one of the groups, the first things that I feel like in their level of intelligence and sophistication is, I know this is going to be the next generation of leaders on the continent of Africa, and it's very, very impressive. So I am happy to be a part of this bill today and to ask for your support of H.R. 965. I also want to urge you to support Chairman Meek's H.R. 1157, the State Department reauthorization, H.Res. 156, emphasizing the importance and interdependence of diplomacy and international development to American interest and national security, H.R. 137, reaffirming the importance of upholding democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and Representative Keating's H.Res. 124, supporting the people of Belarus and their democratic aspirations. Thank you very much. I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. I now call on Representative Kinzinger of Illinois.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the past few years, democracy, human rights, and quite honestly, overall decency have been under assault from authoritarians around the world. Two prime examples are the actions of Alexander Lukashenka in Belarus and by the CCP in Hong Kong. Between the suppression of democracy by Belarus's dictator and the Chinese Communist Party's attack on human rights in Hong Kong, the U.S. has plenty of work to do. On June 30th, 2020, we saw the CCP issue oppressive legislation on the people of Hong Kong. With the stroke of a pen, Beijing trampled over the sovereignty of Hong Kongers. Those who spoke out against the CCP's actions were swiftly detained and prosecuted. Some were taken back to mainland China to face a fake trial. Pro-democracy candidates are now barred from running for the legislature, and millions live in fear. A little over 6 weeks later, the Belarusian people similarly faced direct assaults on their freedoms. Since the fraudulent election on August 9, 2020, the regime has used violence to retain power. For months, we've seen as people demand a fair election only to be met with force. As Belarusians bled in the street this past week, Lukashenka was skiing with his buddy Vladimir Putin. This is not leadership, it's cowardice. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor both H.Res. 124 and H.Res. 130, which expresses Congress's support for the people of Belarus and Hong Kong as they fight for their right to determine their own destinies. I believe that the United States is a beacon of hope for those oppressed by authoritarians. The only tool that these regimes fear the most is the ability of their people to speak freely. That brings me to H.R. 1251, the Cyber Diplomacy Act of 2021. As authoritarian governments work to censor online freedoms, we must work hard to encourage our allies and the rest of the world to unite and protect what we hold dear. By establishing an ambassador for cyberspace at the State Department, we would prioritize the promotion of a free and reliable internet around the world. The internet, much like the printing press, the radio, and the television before it, has helped the principles of democracy to flourish. In Belarus and Hong Kong, we have seen how web-based messaging apps have been a driving force for the democratic movement and how the respective regimes have taken steps to shut down these important tools. We must do everything in our power to protect the internet, and this bill would take a meaningful first step to doing that. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you again for organizing the markup. Congrats on your first one, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for these measures, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Keating of Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on this important markup, your first markup. My resolution, House Res 124, introduced by Representatives Brian Fitzpatrick and Marcy Kaptur, supports the people of Belarus and their democratic aspirations and condemns the election rigging and subsequent violent crackdowns on peaceful protesters by the illegitimate Lukashenka regime. I also want to thank Mr. Smith and Ms. Bass for their comments in this regard as well. During the past 6 months, support for the democratic aspirations of the people of Belarus have been a major focus of my subcommittee on Europe, energy, environment, and cyber and we're looking forward to hosting opposition leader Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya at our upcoming hearing. As state-sponsored violence against Belarusians continue every day, my resolution stands as a clear message of support for democracy in Belarus, calls for new, free, and fair elections, and urges the executive branch to consider all diplomatic and punitive mechanisms available to them, including the robust sanctions authority provided to the President under current law. I'm offering this measure as an amendment in the nature of substitute, which was developed in close cooperation with Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall. This language strengthens the resolution's message and updates some of the text, recognizing the evolving situation on the ground. I'm honored to join Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall in introducing the Cyber Diplomacy Act, an issue they worked together with very hard in the last Congress. It's a great sign that we're starting off the 117th Congress by focusing on bipartisan democratic principles, which include activities in the cyber domain as core to our collective interest. This act gives the State Department flexibility to streamline the cyber reporting structure, to establish a cyberspace policy coordinating committee across the State Department to ensure cross-cutting cyberspace policy issues, ensure they receive senior-level attention and coordination, and other tools to help improve congressional oversight of the cyber issue. This act is focused on areas of high interest to me and to the committee, namely collaboration with our transatlantic partners and allies, and a strong emphasis on human rights in the digital space. I also commend Ranking Member McCall for his work on the Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partnership Act, of which I'm a proud co-sponsor. This bill will improve our understanding of underlying causes and coordination on counterterrorism in the Sahel. I strongly support the State Authorization Bill. My inclusive diplomacy amendment, which would require U.S. foreign policy to be inclusive and engaging of all sectors of host economy populations and interest, was not able to be formatted into this bill at this time. However, I look forward to working with my colleagues and highlight the importance of diversity in U.S. foreign policy and strongly support Chairman Meeks' initiative to ensure this issue is a top priority of the committee. In closing, there are many issues and many important measures under consideration today, many of which I've co-sponsored, including H.Res. 136, which emphasizes the importance of diplomacy and development, H.Res. 137, which reaffirms the importance of upholding our key values in foreign policy, and H.R. 965, which supports the next generation of African leaders. I commend the Chairman, the Ranking Member, and all my colleagues for the work on these measures, and I yield back.
I now recognize Representative Barr of Kentucky.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak in support of your resolution, H.Res. 130, condemning the continued violation of rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong by the People's Republic of China and the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. This past summer, through the end of last watched as the government of the Republic of China wholly disregarded international drastic steps to suppress Hong Kong's high level of autonomy and disregard the joint declaration it signed. This resolution is critically important for it outlines many actions government of the people and the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government took to remove the rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong as guaranteed to them by the declaration. The postponement of elections, the jailing of activists, China's opaque or the rule of Hong Kong lawmakers, the Communist Party, we've seen the erosion of freedoms in Hong Kong and to support this resolution. Furthermore, the resolution beyond all wrongdoings affirms our commitment to the rights and calls upon the administration to work allies in the region, assist those facing persecution, and work with other nations to implement effective sanctions when necessary. In light of the collapse of the one country, two systems by the mainland government's actions, it was unfortunate but necessary for the United States to revoke Hong Kong's special trade status when it was clear that Hong Kong was no longer autonomous from mainland China. Be it in Hong Kong, in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, the Indian border, over Taiwan, in Xinjiang, the government of China continues to show its aggression towards neighbors and even its own people to advance its rise on the global stage. Supporting freedom and democracy is not and should not be a partisan issue. I'm encouraged at the bipartisan work of this committee today, and I look forward to working with my fellow members on this committee to show the international community can lead by example what it looks like to support freedom and democracy. I applaud Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall for leading on this resolution and encourage my colleagues to support this in the en bloc before us today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Wild of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I rise to support Chairman Meeks' bill, House Res 137. 80 years ago, at the beginning of 1941, President Franklin D. Roosevelt addressed Congress, articulating a vision centering around the universal ideals he called the four freedoms: freedom of speech and expression, freedom to worship, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. At the time of his address, the Axis powers were swiftly advancing toward global tyranny, and the survival of the ideals President Roosevelt expressed appeared to be more uncertain than any time in history. At this crucial moment, his moral leadership mobilized a struggling nation here at home and inspired free people in oppressed and free places alike to believe in the possibility of a better future. Today, as we did then, we face an extraordinary set of global challenges. Even as we work to confront a global pandemic and economic crisis, powerful authoritarian forces threaten human rights, democracy, and the rule of law around the world. A common global mobilization is needed. And while we must find areas of cooperation with adversaries and countries with which we disagree, we must always keep the flame of human dignity and freedom alight. As members of this committee, we have a responsibility to give voice to the fundamental rights and dignity of people around the world as a core component of our foreign policy, a cornerstone of our relationships with allies, partners, and adversaries alike. Consistency on these issues isn't just morally right, it's also a strategic imperative for our nation. As one committee with one voice, let us pass this legislation by a resounding bipartisan margin and work together to advance the causes of justice, dignity, and freedom in our time and for the benefit of generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Tenney of New York. Microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your first full markup as chairman and your historic leadership here. Also to Ranking Member McCall, thank you for convening this full committee meeting. I am very honored to be here and to represent New York's 22nd District, which I'm proud to say is home to a very vibrant and large refugee community, including over 4,000 Burmese refugees, many of whom are now U.S. citizens. There are many great pieces of legislation here today and many resolutions that I will support, but I just wanted to talk about the two measures in particular which relate to Burma that I have co-sponsored and I strongly support. The first is House Resolution 134, which condemns the military coup that took place on February 1st, 2021 in Burma and the Burmese military detention of civilian leaders and calls for the release of those detained and for those elected to serve in Parliament to resume their duties and for other purposes. And also, I fully support and co-sponsor the second H.R. 1112, Protect Democracy in Burma Act of 2021, which states that the U.S. policy is to condemn the coup and calls on the administration to hold the Burmese military accountable at the United Nations and work with the ASEAN members to restore democracy. For nearly a decade, the Burmese people have been working diligently to establish credible elections, democratic civilian governance, and the peaceful transition of power. However, this process came to an abrupt halt after the military's actions on February 1st, 2021, to overthrow the civilian government. Since February 1st, peaceful protests have been met with deadly force by the military, which has killed 18 and imprisoned nearly 700 people. One protester, reportedly a 16-year-old, was shot in the head by an Army sniper. Many of these Burmese refugees I represent from Utica, New York, live in fear each day for the lives of their friends and families in Burma who are in desperate situations. In Utica, they've taken to the streets and they're standing in solidarity with their home country, holding signs that read, "Save Democracy, Save Burma." I recently met with a group of these refugees to hear their stories, which are heartbreaking and heart-wrenching. Their passion, their courage are inspiring. I am committed to making sure that my compassionate advocacy on their behalf, a quest I've been on for over 20 years as a former newspaper publisher. I did a story over 20 years ago on our first Burmese refugees to our region, a family that has now grown to over 4,000 in our community. I also hope that and urge that everyone remain committed to Burmese people's quest for democracy, their development and freedom, and to oppose this affront to their dignity. I also urge the Biden administration to continue using every available tool to sanction those responsible for this coup and to provide this committee with a long-term strategy to address these issues. I also would love to continue my advocacy and work again with my colleagues, as I did in the 115th Congress, to condemn the cruelty and the genocide against the Rohingya people who are suffering as well and need our support and help. Mr. Chairman, I strongly support the passage of these two measures and look forward to working with any of my colleagues on this very important issue. With that, I yield back.
The representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Levin for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Congrats on this first markup, and I applaud its bipartisanship. It's been a pleasure hearing my colleagues. I am very much in favor of the en bloc amendments. I wanted to focus on my resolution on Burma, and I appreciate all the kind and erudite words about it that my colleagues have shared. Earlier this month, the Burmese military, the Tatmadaw, staged a coup and quashed the country's fragile experiment with democracy. Burma has struggled during this time to enfranchise its minority populations and to respect their human rights. The genocide of the Rohingya is perhaps the best known example, but it's far from the only one. In fact, when Burma's November 8th, 2020 elections resulted in the National League for Democracy securing enough seats in parliament to form the next government, it was notwithstanding the disenfranchisement of more than 1.5 million voters, mostly from ethnic minority communities in Kachin, Karen, Mun, Rakhine, Shan, and Chin states. The resolution before us today condemns the February 1st coup unequivocally. It calls on the Tatmadaw to free all those they have detained arbitrarily and return members of the civilian government to power. But it also acknowledges that democracy is a verb, not a noun. It calls on President Biden and Secretary Blinken to encourage not just the return to power of all members of the civilian government, but also, subsequently, constitutional reforms to address the undemocratic power conferred to the Tatmadaw in Parliament and the disenfranchisement of Burma's ethnic minorities. Democracy is something we must ever defend and nurture. That is why we who believe that all people are created equal and must be treated as such, whether here in America or anywhere else around the globe, in Hong Kong and other places we're speaking of today, Belarus, We must speak up not only for full civilian control of Burma, but also for democracy, not for some, but for all. And so this resolution makes clear that Congress stands with all of the people of Burma in their ambition for sustainable peace, a genuine democracy, and the realization of human rights for all. Mr. Chairman, how inspired have we been by the bravery of the Burmese people who continue to find clear and creative ways to express their demand for self-determination. I'm glad we're doing our part to support them today. I want to thank Ranking Member Shabbat for co-authoring this resolution with me, as well as Chairman Bera, you, Chairman Meeks, Ranking Member McCall, and all of my colleagues who've co-sponsored this important resolution. I look forward to passing it out of committee today and to seeing it pass the full House soon. Thanks so much for your great leadership, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back, and I now recognize Representative Perry of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see you in the chair, and I think it's well-deserved and well-earned, and I congratulate you. I will tell my colleagues and everybody that I had considered calling for a roll call vote on at least one, if not more, of the en bloc bills, and I think it's important to note that there are many things in this en bloc that I support, particularly the Cyber Diplomacy Act. I voted for that in the past, and I intend to vote for it and in favor of it again. The Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partnership Program Act is also important and deserves our support, as well as many things included regarding Hong Kong, Burma, and Belarus. While it's not perfect, nothing ever is here, and I think it's important, especially in Washington, D.C., that the American people see that we can continue to work together and we can find some common ground. It's never perfect, but we can send a strong message that we stand for the things that are important to us across the board here. I do also want to say that while I think that, and I certainly respect my colleague and gentleman from Ohio, and I think it is a lofty goal and a right goal to seek the protection of the tropical forest and coral reef through a conservation. I do think that it's somewhat disrespectful to just assume that we're never going to get the money back that has been either given in material or some other agreement, the taxpayers' money. We should expect that to come back to the American people in whatever fashion the agreement has been made, not just accept that they're never going to pay it back. That is unacceptable to me. That's unacceptable to every person that wakes up earlier in the morning, gets their kids off to school, puts their lunch in their lunchbox, and heads out all day to pay their bills, their mortgage, their car payment, their education, their health care. That's unacceptable to them. And while $100 million might not be a lot of money in this town, it's sure a lot of money for the people that are out there trying to figure out how they're going to pay for the new brakes on their pickup truck or a million other things that they have to deal with every day. So with all due respect, while we're careening towards $30 trillion in debt, while we stand on the precipice of another $1.9 trillion, of which essentially 91% of it doesn't have anything to do with the task at hand, which is this coronavirus. I think it's important as policymakers who make the decisions and the priorities, who set the priorities for the American taxpayers' dollars, to say, look, these are great ideas, and this is a worthy cause. But maybe right now is not the right time, understanding that we're printing money, that we're borrowing money from our adversaries, and that sooner or later, somebody's going to have to pay that back. But with that, I want to let you know that I support and intend to support the en bloc package, although imperfect, and I'm really pleased to be here with you on the committee, gentlemen and ladies, and I thank you for your efforts. And with that, I yield back.
Would gentlemen, before he yields back,
Certainly, I'd yield to Mr. Shabbat.
I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate the gentleman tipping me off, so to speak, that he had some concerns about the legislation. I greatly appreciate that, and he is a great friend, and I respect his judgment on virtually every issue, including this one, because I have been a consistent critic over the years about debt forgiveness. I do think the American people should get it back. this is a bit of a different kind of debt in that this is concessional debt. This is debt that came from, 20 years, 30 years, even 40 years ago, which hasn't been paid back. And all the experts say that the chance of getting this money back is virtually nil. And in a perfect world, we would get it all back. Unfortunately, it isn't a perfect world. So on this concessional debt, we are at least getting something back, and that's that money going to the rainforest, for example, which it literally does make the air that we breathe cleaner and healthier here. So that's the I do think we are getting something back from this, or otherwise we're not going to get a thing back. So I think it's a pretty good deal, and that's why there's such strong bipartisan support. But I totally agree with the gentleman's point of view that we ought to go after the debt as much as possible and get it back, and the American taxpayers have every right to be paid back. This is a particular type of debt, and that's why I support this. But I appreciate the gentleman's point of view, and I thank him for yielding.
Reclaiming my time, I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, and thank you for your comments. And there is no perfect bill here. That's what we do. We try to work to make sure that we compromise on both sides to try to get something done. And that's what I think that the spirit of this committee is all about. And hopefully we'll move on and make sure that that continues on this committee because it's so important. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for that. I now recognize Representative Malinowski of New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. And let me start by saying I hope that our committee comes together consistently as we have before to defend the very minuscule amount of money that our country spends advancing our interests through diplomacy and development and the defense of human rights around the world. It occurs to me, having listened to the exchange just before, that we are spending probably over $1 trillion on the F-35 program, which the Pentagon has now acknowledged basically does not meet its needs. We're never going to get that $1 trillion back. And a little bit of money spent to try to prevent conflict and advance our interests through peaceful means is something I hope we all continue to stand behind. I'm grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, for continuing the bipartisan tradition and doing so around an issue we are all committed to, which is the defense of democracy and human rights. There are a lot of good resolutions and bills on the table today. I want to talk about taking the next steps beyond what we're going to be agreeing today. On Hong Kong, for example, we're agreeing today to stand with the people of Hong Kong, to stand with their cause, and that's incredibly important. Last year, we adopted in the House, in this committee, overwhelmingly on a bipartisan basis, legislation to open America's doors to those people who are fleeing repression in Hong Kong. And many of us wanted to go even further, to open our doors to a much broader category of folks from Hong Kong, to send a signal to the Communist Party of China, we are prepared to win a competition for talent with you. That legislation was blocked by one senator in the Senate, so we're going to have another go at it. On the Olympics, I want to thank Ranking Member McCall for his bill. I hope we come together with more on this. I personally don't think that the Olympics should be held in China, and if they are, we need to have a serious conversation about what responsibilities, legal responsibilities, our American corporate sponsors of the Games and the U.S. Olympic Committee have to protect the freedom of expression of their athletes and employees. Anyone who wants to work on that issue, please let me know. And finally, on Burma, I want to thank Mr. Levin, Mr. Connolly for taking the initiative, the leadership to put the issue before us today. It is a good first step for us to declare what our policy is, to stand again with the very courageous people who are fighting to get their democracy back in Burma. I do want to suggest, as we read the text of this legislation, that we do have a little bit of reflection in the committee about our tendency to legislate by requiring reports of the State Department. Sometimes reporting requirements are absolutely the right way to go. On the issue of the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, for example, that was a great example of how we require a report from the executive branch because we want them to confront an uncomfortable issue that they would otherwise be trying to avoid. Oftentimes we require reports because we really want to get information that will be useful to us and to the American people. But there are other times when we have an administration like the Biden administration today that is working on all cylinders, doing the right thing on a particular issue, as they are on Burma. As a former State Department official, I can tell you that reporting requirements in a case like that basically mean that some desk officer is going to have to spend 3 days not doing the work that we want them to be doing, writing a report for us that probably very few of us are actually going to read. What can we do on Burma? Well, I think a more creative approach that I hope we'll work on going forward is looking for ways to empower and properly resource the State Department and other parts of our government to enforce sanctions effectively. Take something like the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network at Treasury, FinCEN. If we really want to advance our policy in Burma, we should be working with our colleagues in other committees to vastly increase the resources of that agency, which is so critical to actually making sure that the sanctions we keep piling on for good reason actually are enforced effectively. Again, anybody who would like to work on that, please let me know, because I hope we take the next steps on all of these issues. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Kim of California.
Thank you, Chairman Mix, and thank you, Ranking Member McCall. I want to thank you so much for holding this markup on several key legislative items. While I support all bills included in en bloc, I would like to speak on a couple of measures. First, on House Resolution 130. I want to thank Chairman Mix and Ranking Member McCall for dedicating some of our committee's time today towards addressing the ongoing human rights crisis in Hong Kong. I'm delighted to hear that many members are speaking on this issue as well. The mistreatment and oppression of millions of Hong Kong citizens is a situation that warrants concern and outrage from the United States and the rest of the international community. The imposition of the national security law by the CCP is a direct violation of the Joint Declaration of Hong Kong and violates any sense of autonomy the territory might have once had. We have seen in how the unilateral authoritarianism and the interference from the CCP has turned Hong Kong into a place where its citizens are afraid to express their opinions, and they are subject to indefinite detentions in mainland China and fast-tracked trials. So I stand with my colleagues in speaking strongly against this conduct from the People's Republic of China, and I urge them to return to acting like a responsible world power by respecting binding international agreements and respecting the basic rights and freedoms it promised years ago to the people of Hong Kong. And let me now briefly speak on House Resolution 134. The people of Myanmar have previously and continue to speak strongly in favor of democratic rule and representation in Myanmar. The Tatmadaw and other affiliates of the country's military that overthrew the democratically elected government must be held accountable by the United States and its partners for its crimes against its people, both for the coup and for its continuous disregard for basic human rights. The actions by the administration to impose sanctions against the Tatmadaw are welcome and necessary, but we must do more to lead a multilateral sanctions campaign towards the overthrowers in order to exert real pressure to see a return to democratic leadership in the country and the ability of the people there to peacefully protest in support of their own freedom and democracy. I'm happy to support all bills included in en bloc, and many of them I've co-sponsored, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Jacobs of California.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is great to be part of this committee as we work to pass the first state authorization in 17 years. I hope this means that our freshman class is a sign of good luck and that under your leadership, Mr. Chair, this committee will return to regular order. I also want to thank both the chairman and the ranking member for making this authorization a top priority. It's nice to see that there's still a topic in which bipartisanship is possible. This is our first markup under your historic chairmanship, Mr. Meeks, and also my own first markup. And I think it's so great that we're working on one of the most significant bills that could come with this committee's jurisdiction. I really appreciate how seriously you're taking the need to reestablish Congress's rightful place at the center of foreign policy making, just as the founders intended. It's also great to see the bipartisan focus on democracy and human rights around the world, and especially in Burma, Hong Kong, and Belarus in these bills. As we know, pushing for these values is a strong component of America's soft power. And to my friends and former colleagues and the people of Burma who have been working tirelessly to bring democracy to Burma, know that we in Congress stand with you. Your efforts will not have been in vain. I also want to thank the chairman and ranking member for including my amendment in the en bloc package to ranking member McCall's Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partnership Program Act. I know how hard the ranking member has fought to finally authorize that longstanding program and how important this authorization will be as someone who actually worked on the program while at the State Department. And finally, I want to thank the many members and staff who came before, who worked for years to make this authorization a reality. May this be the first step on what I hope will be a strong bipartisan reauthorization that finally makes its way into law. I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Snyder of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me again say how grateful I am and honored to be back on this committee, not just because I'm excited to be with my colleagues again, but also because of the many global challenges that demand U.S. attention and, more importantly, U.S. leadership. That's why I'm grateful for this important markup on this set of bills. In particular, today's legislation will reassert Congress's Article 1 responsibilities and its authorities, and will also help the State Department and the U.S. begin to restore the consistent and reliable American leadership of the world that it was absent for the past 4 years. I appreciate the work of this committee to put forth a State Department authorization bill that has been many years in the making. This bill will help the department build back better and strengthen its existing workforce. I want to make sure we have the best talent available and that the department is working to the best of its abilities to promote American global leadership. I also appreciate the inclusion of Section 1320 on staffing the Global Engagement Center, which is an important tool for our efforts to counter foreign misinformation campaigns and propaganda. I helped push forward the GEC when I was last a member of this committee, and I am pleased to be able to continue to support its efforts today. I'm also pleased that the committee is taking action to support those fighting for freedom and democracy around the globe, including resolutions condemning the continued violation of freedoms of the people of Hong Kong by the Chinese government and the military coup in Burma, as well as calling out the illegitimacy of the 2020 presidential elections in Belarus. We need to continue to support those on the front lines fighting for change and a better life. Mr. Chairman, I'm also proud to co-sponsor your resolution highlighting the importance of diplomacy and development to our national security. This is something I've been shouting from the rooftops for many years. I like to use the example of a three-legged stool: diplomacy, development, and defense. And each leg must be adequately supported, otherwise the stool will fall. Your resolution quotes former Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis when he said, quote, "If you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition," end quote. Peaceful negotiations to end conflict start with a robust international affairs budget. And while we must continue to properly fund our development and diplomatic programs, I am excited to be back in this dynamic committee and look forward to working with my colleagues in this new Congress. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you and the ranking member for holding this markup today as we consider important legislation that supports democracy and human rights around the world. In particular, I'd like to express my support for 5 proposals: House Bill 1157, House Resolution 137, House Resolution 134, House Resolution 130, and House Bill 1112. I thank my colleagues for authoring these proposals and for giving each of us on this committee a chance to go on the record once again as standing firmly on the side of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. With House Bill 1157, we can ensure that the United States Department of State is not only properly funded, but that policy reflects the values of our nation. Rather than settle for ad hoc approaches, we can boldly shape the State Department to advance the cause of human rights, of consolidated democracy, of a free and independent judiciary, and of freedom for all peoples. We can say here and now that the best way to demonstrate America's commitment to equality and justice and to freedom is to ensure that our State Department and Foreign Service embody the diversity and the ideals of the 21st century America. We can say here and now that this committee recognizes that the strength of our nation is its people and that our diplomacy and our national security is better served by having a modern, inclusive State Department. We also have the opportunity to renew our shared responsibility to those laboring for the cause of democracy globally. In Burma, years of progress crumbled under the weight of a military coup staged by the Burmese Tatmadaw. I've traveled to Myanmar and seen both the shameful slums in which the Rohingya live and the hopefulness for democracy there. We must stand with those that have struggled and sacrificed to achieve the dream of democracy in Burma and to relegate political, religious, and cultural persecutions and violence to the history of that beautiful place. In Hong Kong, the response by local authorities and the Chinese government in pro-democracy activists and leaders has been abhorrent. They have written and enforced draconian national security law designed to imprison indiscriminately and to weaken the spirit and resolve of the people of Hong Kong. This committee has been lucky to have some of the leaders of the pro-democracy movement from Hong Kong testify before us. We must stand with those that dare to protest, to advocate, and to lead for a future filled with freedom. And we're here on this committee and in this Congress, we can once again define our clarity of purpose to restate that the soul of American foreign policy is rooted in human rights, in democracy, and in the rule of law. We must strive to lead and to stand shoulder to shoulder with those seeking a more just, free, and equitable future for our shared planet. And I ask all my colleagues to join me in supporting these resolutions, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The representative yields back. Are any other members seeking recognition? Representative Issa of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. In my 2-year hiatus from this committee, I enjoyed an opportunity to look at various aspects of the State Department and foreign policy. And although people on both sides of the aisle could talk about one administration versus another, each time saying that their party and their administration did a better job or had a better initiative or that the other one fell short, I would propose today that as we mark up these bills and begin the process of doing our oversight, that we ask one fundamental question that isn't on the agenda today, and that is, as China has extended its ability to influence at all levels governments throughout Africa, Eurasia, and other parts of the developing world through what would be a similar program in some people's minds to USAID or Trade Development Agency or others, we have fallen steadily behind. We fell behind in a little way under the Bush administration, in a major way under the Obama administration, not for lack of dedication by the Obama administration, but because China hit the ground running with tens and hundreds of billions of dollars and a vast army, literally an army, of workers that they sent around the world. So I would only ask that we begin to look at an initiative from this committee to propose to the administration that equals or exceeds that which China has done over the last several administrations. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your time and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are any other members seeking recognition? Mr. Wilson of South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, I just want to join in the accolades that you deserve of the working together with our ranking member, Mike McCall, in a bipartisan manner, the legislation that we have before us today, how positive this is, and what a message we can send to other committees. So, Mr. Chairman, congratulations. Look forward to working and continue to working with you. Best wishes. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any other members seeking recognition? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want to congratulate you very much, and I also want to give my thanks to the Ranking Member McCall for allowing me to sit on this prestigious committee. I do offer my support for the full block of measures the House Foreign Affairs Committee is considering today. Regarding H.R. 1157, Department of State Authorization Act of 2021, as stated by the ranking member, a very long overdue bill for playing a central role in bolstering our national security and strengthening operations at the State Department. I appreciate the work of my predecessors on the committee that helped draft this important legislation and applaud all the efforts of Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall to bring such common sense bipartisan en bloc as well as this bill up for a vote. And thank you. I yield back. Thank you very much. Any other members seeking recognition?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Sears of New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I want to just take this moment to congratulate you on your first markup and the way you have handled from the beginning this process. I also want to commend Minority McCall.
We don't hear you, Mr. Sears. Seems as though we're having technical problems.
China? Excuse me?
Go ahead now. We hear you now. We lost you for a second.
Can you hear me?
We hear you now.
All right. I mean, China has stepped in big time into this area. And we have seen the last 4 years, we saw us stepping back in this area. These are our closest neighbors. We have to focus on this area. I know that there's the rest of the world out there, but since these people are so close to our borders, we cannot afford just to ignore them or just say, well, we'll do something else. So I just want to congratulate you on your first markup, and I hope that we can continue working together on this issue through the term that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sears. Any other members seeking recognition? Hearing no further requests for recognition, the committee will proceed to consider the notice items en bloc. Pursuant to the previous order, the question occurs on the measures en bloc, as amended if amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. And all members, please unmute yourselves in your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it unanimously, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measures considered en bloc are agreed to and pursuant to the previous order of the committee. Each measure is ordered favorably reported as amended if amended. And each amendment or amendments to each bill shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Thank you. And now it's time to go on to the next piece of business. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 1157, the Department of the State Authorization Act of 2021. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 1157, a bill to provide for certain authorities of the
Without
Department.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. 6 amendments to this bill were distributed to members in advance, and I understand members were prepared to accept them. Without objection, the 6 amendments are manager's amendment, and amendments from Representative Spanberger, Young Kim, Phillips, and 2 from Representative Castro are agreed to in block. At this time, I recognize myself to speak on this measure. We're here today for this committee's first markup in the 117th Congress. And I want to thank all of the members, as indicated earlier, for working collectively together. And right out of the gate, we are preparing a legislative item right at the heart of the responsibilities of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Strengthening our State Department by passing a bipartisan State Department authorization bill. That is why I have made it a priority as chair of this committee, and I'm honored to be its chair, to revitalize our depleted and demoralized State Department. Today's markup advances that mission with our consideration of a bipartisan State Department authorization bill, which I introduced with the ranking member who worked very hard on this with us, McCall. And it builds on years of work by members of this committee even before today. It should be striking to anyone who values diplomacy and the exercise of soft power that a State Department authorization bill has not been passed into law in nearly 2 decades. Authorization provides an avenue by which Congress can strengthen oversight as well as provide helpful and necessary directives to modernize and adapt our bureaucracy to the changing world. It is that critical link, like our military, and it is critical that we on this bill fully support our diplomats so that they can lead at the front and center of our foreign policy. Supporting the State Department and its workforce cannot, I repeat, cannot be an afterthought. It must and will be the central work of this committee. This bipartisan bill is the first of many such efforts we hope to make in the 117th Congress to ensure that the State Department is effective, resilient, and reflective of America it represents abroad. After all, the world has changed substantially since the beginning of the 21st century. Indeed, it's even much smaller. As we've seen, whether it's a pandemic or financial, it's a smaller world than when Congress last passed a State Department authorization bill. Our State Department must be modernized to reflect those changes. The State Department is so important. We hear in other committees, and I'm not jealous of other committees, but one of the things that I want to make sure is on this committee, the stature of this committee is heard, and the importance of the State Department is elevated, because the members of the State Department are American heroes also, just like many of our soldiers. The fact of the matter is, by strengthening the State Department and utilizing diplomacy, we hope to preserve the lives of our military so that they won't have to go into battle and into war. I now would like to recognize our ranking member, Mr. McCall of Texas, for any remarks he may have.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for those eloquent words. I've already spoken on this, but I want to associate myself with your remarks, and I am fully committed to working with you. I think you're bringing a high degree of energy to the mission, to the chairmanship, raising the stature that the committee deserves, and the State Department. And I think an authorization bill is fundamental to a committee's work. And I think it's sad that it's been 18 years since the State Department has been authorized. I know Chairman Royce tried to authorize it. Chairman Elliott Engel, last Congress, we passed it out of the House, and it died in the Senate. I think the third time is going to be a charm. And I really look forward to working very diligently with you on what is, I think, probably the most important thing that we can be doing, and that is authorizing the department under our Article 1 responsibility. Under the Constitution, Article 1 is the Congress. It's the first article for a reason, because it's we the people. And it is our job to do this. I am dedicated to it, to the task, and I look forward to working with you to getting this finally done in this Congress. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now, the gentleman yields back. Now, I realize members wish to speak on this bill and that some members have amendments to offer. And I would now recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans, for the purpose of speaking on the bill first. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know and we will circle back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally. Then we will move on to amendments. I now recognize Representative Connolly of Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you. I join you and the ranking member in underlying what I think is basic responsibility not only of our committee but of the Congress, which is to provide authorization for critical diplomatic and foreign assistance programs. The Department of State, that was one of the original cabinet positions, recognized as perhaps the preeminent cabinet position for a long time. In fact, presidents were often recruited from the Secretariat of State. It was considered that important. And I was struck by the fact that Mr. McCall pointed out that it's been 18 years since we last authorized the State Department. I would add to that, though, Mr. McCall, it's been 35 years since Congress last passed a foreign aid authorization bill, which is also within our purview. In fact, I had the privilege of helping to write as a young staffer, the last foreign aid bill passed the United States Congress. And I think 35 years is a long time to wait. And a lot of barnacles have grown up, both on the State Department and on AID and our foreign assistance programs. So I very much welcome the initiative of the chairman and ranking member to get back to our bread and butter responsibilities as an authorizing committee to actually authorize. I also want to thank the chairman for including a number of provisions from 2 bills I've been involved in particular, with respect to the National Security, Diversity, and Workforce Inclusion Act, and trying to make sure, frankly, that our foreign service better reflects what America is and looks like than it has historically. And I think we need to make a lot of progress in that regard. Several of us have been participants in briefings from a task force organized by a number of think tanks and Harvard University and how we might approach that. And I look forward to working with the chairman and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make that a reality. But I think it's very critical. And I thank you for including a number of the provisions from my bill with respect to that issue in the State Department authorization bill. I also want to thank Representative Young Kim for collaborating to introduce legislation that repeals duplicative foreign affairs reporting requirements, H.R. 1244. The text of that is included in this State Department authorization bill before us. So again, I thank the chair and the ranking member. I fully support reestablishing really what is our job, to authorize and to stop ceding that function to the funding committee, the appropriations committee, which doesn't have the resident expertise. Our committee does with respect to diplomacy, security, and foreign affairs. And with that, I yield back.
Representative yield back. I now acknowledge Representative Musa from Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 1157 saves taxpayer dollars, reduces bureaucracy to ensure diplomatic resources are deployed efficiently. The Department of State Authorization Act also includes language from my bill, H.R. 1253, the Public Diplomacy Modernization Act, to upgrade our research and evaluation of U.S. public diplomacy programs. The bill will increase coordination and efficiency and eliminate duplicative functions at the State Department. These provisions will modernize and streamline the public diplomacy capabilities of the Department of State, improve evaluation of public diplomacy programming, and enhance strategic planning for the Department's diplomacy physical presence abroad. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, and I urge its passage here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back. Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Castro of Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, for prioritizing the passage of the state authorization and for your leadership on this committee. As has been mentioned, Congress has not passed a state authorization in almost 20 years. It's necessary for the House Foreign Affairs Committee to reassert its jurisdiction and its oversight of the State Department and foreign policy. The members of this committee and staff have done a commendable job strengthening the State Department Authorization Act for reintroduction in this Congress. And I'm pleased to see the language supporting diversity and inclusion initiatives at the State Department strengthened. America's diplomats who represent the United States to the world should also reflect the diversity of the American people. The new language in the state authorization, like expanding demographic data related to recruitment, retention, and promotion, will improve the identification of qualified applicants and make hiring mechanisms more transparent. I strongly support these changes, as I know the committee does as well. And there are a few additional sections and amendments I'd like to highlight in particular. The Department of State Student Internship Program Act, a bill that was first introduced last year, is included in this year's state authorization. The internships are an important first step for young Americans who aspire to a career in foreign policy. Yet the majority of internships at the State Department are unpaid, making them inaccessible to many students. We should not be sending the message to the next generation that only the wealthy or those willing to take on tens of thousands of dollars in debt to work for free at one of our embassies abroad can pursue their dream of becoming an American diplomat. And I'd like to thank the State Department and the committee for working with us on this bill to provide compensation and assistance for travel and housing so that students of all backgrounds and means can start on their path to public service and advancing our nation's foreign policy. I also ask for your support for my amendment to add to the Promotion Accessibility Act to the state authorization bill. Rep. Dina Titus and I have been engaged with the foreign service community to better understand how we can support those with disabilities serving our country. Many folks said the State Department's complicated promotion system disadvantaged those who took extended leave for surgery or other medical care associated with their disability. This common sense amendment codifies the practice of allowing personnel to submit a gap memo to their performance file to account for the absence. I ask for your support for my amendment to support foreign service families with children who have disabilities, another product of Rep. Titus and my engagement with the foreign service community. Again, folks told us about their struggles to find schools overseas that offered adequate support for their children with autism, dyslexia, or ADHD. They had to make difficult decisions, like breaking their assignment to a job they spent years preparing for, or face the prospect of leaving their children behind. This amendment directs the State Department Office of Overseas Schools to annually update and share information detailing which schools offer support for their children with disabilities. We need to invest in the personnel at the department. I believe the department must maintain a continuous training capability as the DoD does. I had proposed such a provision for this bill, and I'm happy to see it included. I also want to thank Rep. Spanberger for leading on this issue and contributing her experience as a former member of the intelligence community to how we can strengthen the State Department. I urge all of my colleagues to support this provision and Representative Spanberger's amendment to strengthen it. And finally, thank you, Chairman, again, and the ranking member and all my colleagues for your incredible work on this legislation.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Pfluger from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall. Congressman Gonzalez and I appreciate you including the text of our bill, the Energy Diplomacy Act, in today's markup. This bill establishes an Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources within the U.S. State Department, ensuring that American energy is a top priority for our foreign policy. Our nation is blessed with an abundance of natural resources and a strong, innovative spirit that has dramatically reshaped the global energy landscape and made the United States a world-leading producer. In fact, the Permian Basin in my district has led this effort. This position will ensure energy security remains at the forefront of U.S. foreign policy and help to promote economic and resource development that will bolster our allies and interests abroad. Over the past decade, U.S. energy has been directly responsible for raising over 1 billion people out of poverty, 1 billion people worldwide. In fact, U.S. energy exported around the world has raised the quality of life, has allowed access to clean water, to health care, to heat, and is safe, affordable, and reliable. By ensuring that we are working in tandem with our partners across the globe to advance sound energy policies that promote trade, spur technology development, and advance an all-of-the-above energy strategy, we can better insulate ourselves and our allies from the malign efforts of Russia, Venezuela, Iran, and others. Energy security is national security, and nothing can be more important. I am proud to be a member of this committee, and I thank the chairman and the ranking member and all of my colleagues on this committee for including me and including the text of my bill in this markup today. I look forward to continuing to ensure we activate every resource possible to defend American energy security on the global stage. Once again, thank you for including this text during the markup, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Titus from Nevada for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of many of the bills that we're considering today, but I just want to speak specifically about something included in the authorization bill. And I want to thank you and the ranking member very much for helping to work with me and include language that is related to authorizing the Office of International Disability Rights at the State Department. More than 1 billion people around the world have a disability. 80% of those live in developing countries. 60% of people with disabilities are women, and women with disabilities are more likely to experience sexual violence than women without. There are more than 90 million children with disabilities worldwide, and children with disabilities are more likely to be malnourished than children without. We know that disability rights cut across all sectors. This includes democracy, human rights, labor, global health, education, and disaster relief. We're certainly seeing that now during this COVID pandemic. The authorized office that's in this bill will set forth some very important provisions. It will be led by a senior advisor, and it will seek to ensure that U.S. foreign operations are accessible to all people, including those with disabilities. It'll promote human rights and participation in development activities for individuals with disabilities. It'll promote better training and disability inclusive practice for the State Department itself. It will represent the U.S. in diplomatic and multilateral discussions related to the rights of persons with disabilities around the globe, consult with civil society groups on best practices related to disability rights, work with other offices within the State Department to ensure that all documentation regarding human rights includes, when applicable, disability statistics and references, and also advise the Bureau of Human Resources on the recruitment, hiring, and retention of individuals with disabilities at the State Department. I'm very thankful for the work that's been done. It's included in this bill. I know it's just the first step, and I look forward to continuing to work to create a statewide policy that will coordinate with all other departments in the government about disabilities. I want to thank Representative Castro for his work on this with me and his leadership in this area. I am very supportive of all these measures that support diversity for the State Department and the department's attempt to elevate these issues so that it's more reflective of the population that the department represents and the country that it stands for. I'm disappointed that part of the GLOBE Act is not included in this. That would elevate LGBTI rights within the State Department and our policy, but I look forward to working with you all on that in a future bill. So I thank you again for including this. It's very important that we recognize people with disabilities both in policy, process, and even in structure of our buildings where the State Department is housed around the world. And I'm pleased to support the bill, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Kim of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Mix and Ranking Member McCall, for your leadership on this effort to reauthorize and reform the Department of State in order to effectively meet the global challenges posed by the world today. I'm honored to have my bill, H.R. 1244, which would eliminate certain foreign affairs reporting requirements, included in the final version of the bill offered by Chairman Mix as part of the push to improve the efficiency of the State Department. And I'm glad to have worked with Representative Jerry Connolly as a co-lead. And I also want to thank Representative Malinowski for raising similar issues and concerns about the reporting requirements at the Department of State. Today, many Foreign Service officers and State Department staff spend a large amount of their time complying with duplicative and outdated reporting requirements mandated by Congress. My amendment would repeal those duplicative and onerous requirements to effectively streamline the flow of information from the State Department to Congress, cut through bureaucratic inefficiency, and allow our Foreign Service officers to spend more of their time working towards accomplishing America's foreign affairs objectives. It's been a pleasure to work across the aisle with my colleague, Mr. Connolly, on this initiative, and I thank Chairman and Ranking Member for including it in the authorization package. I'm also proud to have sponsored another amendment in this package to improve and expand job skills training to State Department employees as they move up through the ranks and take on new responsibilities. In today's multifaceted world, it's essential to adapt to changing circumstances and the needs in order to compete globally. And I'm proud to work with this committee in ensuring our foreign service officers are competitive globally to their peers, and thank the chairman and ranking member for including it in the final package. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Phillips of Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks. Forgive me here. Forgive me. I want to thank you, Chairman Meeks, congratulate you on your first markup, and also to Ranking Member McCall. Heartfelt gratitude to both of you for another successful bipartisan markup. As has been well noted, it has been almost 2 decades since Congress passed an authorization bill for the Department of State, and it is my hope and frankly expectation that we finally do so during the 117th Congress. From pandemics to climate change, to terrorism, to protectionism, food insecurity, and increasingly fragile and repressive societies around the globe, the challenges facing our entire global community are clearly daunting. And diplomacy and development are clearly our best tools available to address these challenges, each of which pose critical threats to our nation in the absence of any action. And that is exactly why we have tasked our State Department with doing, to lead America's foreign policy through diplomacy and advancing our national security, economic prosperity, and the common interests of the American people. Integral to this mission are the women and men who have devoted their lives and their livelihoods to fulfilling this very purpose. However, as we all know, staffing shortages are very much compromising states' ability to affect our foreign policy priorities. At this very moment, approximately 13% of our overseas foreign service positions remain vacant. And if we do not prioritize the recruitment for and retention of our diplomatic corps, how in the heck can we accomplish our national security and foreign policy objectives? I think we all know the answer. That is why I worked with the committee to develop a 5-year strategic staffing plan requirement for the Department of State, a plan that would require a report on the root causes of our foreign service and civil service shortages and the effects of those shortages on our national security objectives. We have to remember that behind every policy are people, and without them, without outstanding foreign service professionals, this committee's discussions would be meaningless. While there's a lot more to be done, the Department of State Authorization Act is a major step forward to engaging and rebuilding our relationships with our allies around the globe and supporting the women and men at the State Department that, in my estimation, have been undervalued and underappreciated for far too long. With that, I urge my colleagues on the committee to join me in support of the Authorization Act, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative yields back. I now recognize Representative Spanberger from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, for holding this markup and for making it clear that bolstering U.S. diplomacy is a top bipartisan priority for this committee. It's especially important that this committee is considering the Department of State Authorization Act during its first markup. The bill is a critical bipartisan piece of legislation that will strengthen the department's operations and its ability to advance U.S. interests and values around the world. It's our job in Congress to provide our diplomats and national security professionals with the tools needed to carry out their work and to protect the United States and expand opportunities for Americans. Sending a State Department authorization bill to the President's desk is long overdue, and I am glad we are doing it. This Congress, I look forward to working with my colleagues in the House and Senate and the Biden administration to get this legislation over the finish line. And I look forward to taking other important steps to bolstering the State Department and to ensuring that diplomacy can truly be the tool of first resort in U.S. foreign policy. I want to thank the chair and ranking member for their collaborative and bipartisan efforts on this legislation. And I'm pleased that my amendment from last Congress, which strengthened language on State Department's efforts to prevent and address sexual harassment, assault, and retaliation, is incorporated into the base text of this bill. I also want to express my support for the bill's focus on enhancing training for foreign and civil servants. Training is an investment in U.S. national security. I have seen this firsthand during my previous work as a CIA case officer. And today I'm offering an amendment to strengthen the provision that calls for the department to develop a strategy to establish a training float so that diplomatic personnel can more regularly participate in training opportunities. My amendment ensures that the department includes civil servants in developing this training float strategy, which aligns with their instrumental contributions to U.S. foreign policy and national security. My amendment also ensures that the strategy incorporates all Department of State training institutions, as well as other government and non-government educational opportunities. I also add language ensuring that the strategy identifies and works to overcome any disincentives to training. I'm proud to support this bill and to support our diplomats and national security professionals serving in the United States and around the world. Their work helps keep Americans safe and secure, and their efforts to advance U.S. values and interests, forge diplomatic solutions to challenging issues, strengthen American alliances, and expand economic opportunities are absolutely critical. Thank you, Chairman Meeks, Ranking Member McCall, and to all the members, staff, and experts who helped draft this legislation. I appreciate your work. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The representative yield back. Do any other members wish to speak on this measure? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments. For what purposes does the representative from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The representative is recognized for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we consider the Department of State Authorization Act, I urge my colleagues to do what they can to ensure that the State Department does not promote policies antithetical to America's interest or legal framework. This amendment to the Authorization Act expresses a sense of Congress that providing any United States
Mr. Perry, hold on 1 second. I need the clerk to distribute the amendment to your staff virtually and in the hearing room. So let us pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. It was my understanding that it was already distributed.
Good. Been distributed. You are correct, Mr. Perry. I just got the thumbs up. Can you believe that?
Chair Meeks?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Would you like me to report the amendment?
Yes. Okay. Please report to me.
Perry Amendment number 27. At the end of Title 8, add the following. Sense of Congress.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman now, Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania, for 5 minutes.
Thanks again, Mr. Chairman. I'll just continue to pick up where I left off. This amendment to the Authorization Act expresses a sense of Congress that providing any United States contributions to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change violates U.S. law. Quite frankly, there should be no need for this amendment. For starters, several recent appropriation laws included the following language, and I quote, "None of the funds appropriated under the heading Economic Support Fund in this act may be made available for assistance for the Palestinian Authority if after the date of an enactment of this act, the Palestinians obtain the same standing as member states or full membership as a state in the United Nations or any specialized agency thereof outside an agreement negotiated between Israel and the Palestinians," unquote. This language is included in the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, further Consolidated Appropriations Act 2020, Consolidated Appropriations Act 2019, Consolidated Appropriations Act 2018, Act 2017, 2016, and Consolidated and Continuing Appropriations Act of 2015. Section 410 of the Foreign Relations Authorization Act, fiscal years 1994 and 1995, and Section 414 of the Foreign Relations Act, Authorization Act, fiscal years 1990 and 1991, prohibit making any U.S. contributions to an affiliated organization of the United Nations that recognizes Palestine as a state and accords them the same standing as a member. In 2011, UNESCO admitted the so-called State of Palestine as a full member, which triggered the withholding of U.S. assessed and voluntary financial contributions. The UNFCCC constitutes an affiliated organization of the United Nations for the purposes of Section 410 and 414. 5 years ago, the UNFCCC recognized Palestine as a full member state and accorded it the same status as a sovereign nation. Given our laws, Section 410 and 414 should have applied to the UNFCCC, but it hasn't been. If you want to know why, the answer lies in a nearly a generation-long gap of leadership, quite honestly, on this committee. In 2003, this committee has abrogated its authority and responsibility to authorize programs like the UNFCCC to the appropriators and unelected bureaucrats at the State Department. It is precisely this failure that has emboldened the State Department to claim the UNFCCC isn't an international organization and decide to fund it in contravention of clear and explicit statutory language. Put plainly, what's the point of including language in nearly every consolidated appropriation act if all we're going to do is ignore it? This amendment sets the record straight, ensuring that current federal law is followed and that the actions of the State Department reflect official U.S. policy, which explicitly rejects the existence of a state of Palestine and has long opposed Palestinian efforts to obtain statehood through unilateral recognition or acceptance in UN organizations. By passing this amendment, our nation, would be telling the UNFCCC that unless Palestine is de-recognized as a state by their institutions, U.S. participation in UNFCCC obligation would be and is a violation of our own laws. To inform the UNFCCC of our legal requirements and to fortify this committee's capacity for leadership, which it rightfully and duly has, I encourage adoption of this amendment. Now, it's my understanding that there might be questions and concerns raised alleging this amendment is not germane for a number of reasons. These claims are absolutely without merit and cannot stand without rebuttal. At this time, I will yield the balance of my time and hope one of my colleagues can give me some more time to talk about germaneness if it becomes an issue, but I encourage adoption of this amendment, Mr. Chair, and I yield.
The representative's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
1 second. I would now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. The State Department Authorization Bill contains various provisions to strengthen the management and operations of the Department of State, including to recruit and retain a diverse workforce, bolster embassy and information security, improve flexibility, training, and other workplace policies for personnel, and strengthen the department's capacity to carry out public diplomacy and anti-corruption activities. And this goes along with other provisions. The bill authorized activities and positions in a number of key department bureaus and offices, and authorizes funding for diplomatic programs and embassy security, construction, and maintenance. I welcome constructive amendments to strengthen this bill, but unfortunately, Mr. Perry's amendment is not one of them. This bill is not about the United Nations, foreign assistance, specific countries, nor is it about climate change. The amendment is out of place and not relevant to this bill. I therefore oppose and encourage members to oppose this amendment. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Who requests?
Tim Burchett.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to my good friend from Pennsylvania, Representative Perry.
I thank my good friend, Mr. Burchett. As I said, if there are questions regarding germaneness, these claims are without merit and cannot stand. False claim number 1, the bill's lack of authorization for foreign assistance or contributions to the UN or its component agencies renders the amendment non-germane. The reality is that this legislation authorizes Department of State's diplomacy programs, including the Bureau of Oceans and International Environment and Scientific Affairs and its component, the Office of Global Change. The OGC, acting in their administrative capacity to allocate voluntary contributions to the UNFCCC after the State of Palestine became a formal member, clearly violated the law, our law. There is a clear, unmistakable nexus between the amendment language providing congressional intent to clear any doubts they may have about the status of the UNFCCC relative to the law and the administrative actions, staffing decisions, resource allocations, and diplomatic mission of the Office of Global Change, the OGC. False claim number 2. The amendment is not germane because there is no state-specific policy provisions in the bill. The reality is the very idea that they're trying to claim that this is state-specific goes to the heart of the provision in law and this amendment. A PLO-run state of Palestine or a state of Palestine in general doesn't come into existence as a result of the UN or a component thereof saying so, and any attempt by these bodies to try to create such a state this way must have immediate and significant consequences. The truth is, this amendment merely offers a point of clarification that their administrative actions clearly authorized under the bill are not in compliance with our law. To reject this amendment on the state-specific basis is to accept the premise that there's a state of Palestine and to inform the entire international community that we don't follow our own laws, intend to keep their bad impulses in check. If that's what the majority intends to do, the American people deserve to know that that is the case. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance back to Mr. Burchett.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Let me just make the point, Mr. Perry. We are not making a germane argument here. Just saying that this amendment weakens the bill. So we're not talking about, germaneness, so that's not, the procedure is not what we are making an argument here. Anyone like to speak on the bill? Mr. Castro, recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to speak on the gentleman's amendment. The gentleman from Pennsylvania would have us cut off funding for the UN's Framework Convention on Climate Change because the Palestinian state has acceded to the treaty. And the key word here is treaty, which is what the UNFCCC has always been. As the amendment itself notes, current U.S. law prohibits funding for international organizations that recognize Palestine as a sovereign member. But UNFCCC is not an international organization, it's a treaty. So, for example, Israel itself has agreements, accords, and deals with Palestine covering many topics. As an example, you have the agreement on movement and access. So my question is, would the gentleman from Pennsylvania suggest that the United States should cut off all assistance to Israel? In reality, this is a transparent attempt to deny the U.S. meaningful participation in international climate change work. And this is because many folks in Congress deny climate change actually exists. So I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Would my friend yield?
I certainly would.
Mr. Cat, I thank my friend from Texas. Mr. Chairman, I join with Mr. Castro in opposing this amendment. I remember when Ilhan Ross Layton was chairwoman, and we ended up having 2.5 days going till 2 and 3 in the morning with dozens and dozens of pet amendments to the State Department authorization bill. And they were all adopted pretty much on party line votes. And what happened was, of course, by the end of the 2.5-day markup, the bill was so laden with insupportable pet provisions that made people feel good or that reflected their particular perspective, not widely shared, that the bill died of its own weight. You and the ranking member have done a great service to the committee in trying to bring us back to our business, authorization. And sometimes we have to restrain ourselves from burdening must pass authorization legislation with all of our pet causes. Now, in this particular case, most of us believe that global climate change is real, that the international machinery with respect to that is useful, if not necessary, for the United States in which to participate. And burdening it with other issues, making foreign policy pronouncements and statements about issues not directly related, in fact, to the subject at hand, global climate change in this particular case, I think would be a big mistake. So I join Mr. Castro and thank him for yielding and opposing this amendment. Let's try to get a clean State Department bill out of our committee.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back to Mr. Castro. It's his time.
I yield back, Chairman.
Is there any further on this, any further debate on the amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the parity amendment. The law is pretty clear on this. I do think there is a germaneness issue, but as that has not been raised by the chairman, I'm inclined to follow what the law says. It prohibits funding to any UN organization that grants the Palestinians, which are not a state, the same status as a state. The UN Framework Convention on Climate Change is affiliated and linked to the United Nations. And the Palestinians are a signatory to this convention despite not being a state. I believe the United States must follow the law and end funding for the framework and its related entities. I do not disagree with the chairman's observations, though, at the same time. I think the bill does not include UN funding, and we did that for a reason. It would doom its chances in the Senate. It does not include climate change or such foreign policy issues either. And the chairman and I have worked together to really ensure that it focuses on areas of important agreement. So I share the concerns about turning this into a UN or climate change or Middle East policy bill, which would likely doom its prospects in the other body, as so many of our bills go down that road. But because this amendment has been allowed to go forward, I do support it on the merits.
Is there any further debate? Gentleman Mills back?
I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4.A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there any other amendments? Seeing no further amendments, then without objection, the committee will postpone further consideration of H.R. 1157 and move on to consider H.Res. 136. As explained above, we are doing this so that all roll call votes can be taken at the end of the meeting. Moving on, pursuant to notice, for purposes of a markup, I now call up H.Res. 136, emphasizing the importance and interdependence of diplomacy and international development of American interests and national security. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 136, emphasizing the importance and interdependence of diplomacy.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. And without objection, the resolution shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. At this time, I recognize myself to speak on the measure. H.Res. 136 is a fundamental measure meant to reassert diplomacy and development as cornerstones of our foreign policy. America's aid programs have been significant in eradicating diseases or pushing them towards extinction, lifting countless lives out of poverty, and providing health services to the world's poorest and most vulnerable. They do all this while representing only a minuscule portion of the federal budget. Our diplomats around the world are effective arbiters for peace and the face of our country to many around the world. This resolution is not about the details of our foreign policy programs, but about the overarching principles that guide us. I'm glad to support this measure, and I urge all members to do the same. And now I'll yield back the balance of my time, and I'll now recognize our ranking member McCall of Texas for any remarks he might have.
I just would like to say I strongly support this, and in the interest of time, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. And I realize members wish to speak on the resolution and that some members have amendments to offer. I will now recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the resolution first. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know and we will circle back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally. Then we will move on to amendments. Do any other members wish to speak on the measure? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to the amendments. For what purpose does the representative from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually and the hearing room. Let us pause briefly. We're good. All right. So has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry, amendment number 25, page 4, line 2, strike and after the semicolon.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The representative from Pennsylvania is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sure appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the amendments I'm offering on House Resolution 136, emphasizing the importance and interdependency of diplomacy and international development to American interest and national security. There is no doubt that America is the most generous country in the world. Time and again, the American taxpayer has demonstrated uncommon, consistent charity to those in need. I want to be clear, however, about what constitutes real international development and what doesn't. For the past 4 years, the Trump administration made a solid commitment towards promoting the intrinsic worth and value of every single human life. It upheld what is known as the Mexico City policy and ensured that taxpayer dollars did not go to foreign NGOs offering abortion services. It's a good policy. It's the foreign policy equivalent of the Hyde Amendment, which several members of this body now want to eliminate, and protects taxpayers from funding an act contrary to the principle that all life is sacred and worth fighting for. This resolution is insufficient in that it seems to suggest international aid is its own goal. That's simply an irresponsible way to help people in need. There's more than just the aid. There's the policy that goes with it. This amendment ensures that American aid reflects American values. We can help other nations and NGOs in pursuit of common interests, but there is absolutely no excuse for providing taxpayer funds to ideological organizations who regularly marginalize what we hold true as a nation. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to promote the best that America has to offer and to support passage of this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
The representative yields back. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. H.Res. 136 frames the core bipartisan values supported by this committee. And it's not meant to be an exhaustive list or an overly prescriptive agenda. Ranking Member McCall and I introduced this resolution together, and I believe it's a valuable demonstration of America's foreign policy leadership. Multilateral engagement is a critical component of our foreign policy. Now, it's not the sum total of it, but rather just one tool of many that enables us to leverage the collective action of the international community. And it also gives us the opportunity to amplify our own actions. I've made multilateralism a priority on this committee, and therefore I oppose this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do similarly. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Connolly.
Mr. Smith, New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, President Biden's executive order last month that reversed the Protecting Life in Global Health Assistance, also known as the Mexico City policy, has now put us in a position that forces U.S. taxpayers to fund organizations that promote, lobby for, and perform abortion on demand in foreign countries. As I think members know, the original Mexico City policy, which again was just reversed by President Biden, was first announced by President Ronald Reagan at a UN conference on population control in 1984, hence its name, and it established pro-child safeguards, benign, humane conditions on global health assistance. I think members might find it of particular interest to know that Americans overwhelmingly oppose U.S. foreign aid to subsidize abortion. Just last month, a Marist poll found that more than 3 in 4 Americans, 77%, oppose using tax dollars to support abortions in other countries. Very simply, Mr. Speaker, no one's life is expendable. Every human life has infinite value. It's about time we recognize that birth is an event that happens in the life of a child. Ultrasound has shattered the myth that an unborn child is anything but human and alive, growing, prospering, thriving, in so many cases, particularly when maternal health care and prenatal health care is available. Let me just say to my colleagues, U.S. foreign policy and the foreign entities we fund with billions, not millions, billions of dollars in grant money should consistently affirm, care for, and tangibly assist women and children, including unborn baby girls and boys. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, who seeks recognition?
Mr. Connolly.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. You know, this is always a difficult topic for our committee and our counterpart committee in the Senate. Family planning is an absolute lifeline for many, many families living at the very edge of survival in terms of income and food security and mouths to feed. The ability of women to be able to try to space their families and have some control over their own bodies is a constant struggle. Limiting choices costs lives. And to hear sincere views about the preciousness of life, I certainly hope would extend to the lives of struggling women who are at risk, frankly, with constant pregnancies. In many, many societies where they have little to no choice in the number of children they want to have and in spacing those children in a way that allows for health and security. I don't know if my colleagues, I know Mr. Smith has, I don't know if Mr. Perry has, but I've probably traveled to 80 or 90 countries in which we run bilateral aid programs that include, substantial family planning components. And I have to tell you, on the ground, in the field, these far off ideological precepts that get adopted in Washington seem remote and really not relevant to the daily lives of the people we say we want to serve. Encumbering legislation with provisions such as this, motivated, though I know they are, with noble purpose, I also think have serious consequences that can counteract the very purpose ostensibly we seek to propound. So I oppose this amendment, and I oppose imposing one value system over others. And I think the United States is a great power, especially after the very great difficulty of the last 4 years, should tread very lightly in imposing one set of values over others that have real impacts on people's lives all around the world. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yield. Mr. Connolly, would you yield?
Yes, to whom am I yielding?
To the chair.
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I couldn't see.
The Mexico City policy, or the global gag rule, has restricted access to comprehensive health care to populations around the world. The Trump administration expanded it even further, impacting funding for HIV programs, malaria, and maternal and child health. Now, President Biden has reversed this harmful policy, and it has no place in bipartisanship. Foreign policy framing and in resolutions. While many on all sides have strong views on the global gag rule, and I believe there is a time and place for making the case that access to comprehensive health care is a human right. For the purposes of this markup, though, my objective is to come together as the Foreign Affairs Committee and highlight our collective values. And I therefore oppose the amendment again and encourage my colleagues to do so similarly. Is there any further debate
Move to strike
on the
last
amendment?
word.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated previously, I support this resolution very strongly that you and I worked together on, and I co-sponsored it with you. This issue is one of intense debate. It's emotional. Because this amendment has been offered, I do want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Smith and support what is informally known as the Mexico City policy. We must ensure that U.S. taxpayer funds do not go directly or indirectly to organizations that perform or promote abortion overseas. I recognize for the members here, this is one of intense, for some matters of faith. As a practicing Catholic, it's a moral issue for me. And I know people on the other side have other arguments why this should be allowed. But for the purposes of this amendment, I do rise in support, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you. I'll move to strike the last word. I'll be brief. I would just note, first of all, that the organizations, the grantees, out of 1,340 of the prime grantees, there were only 8 who declined to comply with this. So this has already been worked out. They already accepted this. And so essentially what this does is upset the apple cart. And when I heard one of my colleagues mention about imposing a value system on him, on people, let's just make sure we understand what those values are. We're talking about protecting innocent unborn life, and we're talking about taking tax dollars from folks like Mr. McCall, who indicates he's Catholic. I am too, and there are many people who aren't Catholic who want to protect innocent unborn life too. But we're talking about taking our tax dollars and not only providing abortions for somebody, but providing for abortions in other countries. Let's spend our money here in the United States, and if we're going to spend it overseas, let's not do it on abortions, especially taking it from American taxpayers. Think of that, taking American taxpayer dollars, sending them overseas to provide abortions over there, killing innocent unborn children on the other side of the globe. That's what this is all about, and even though he opposed my legislation earlier today, I wholeheartedly support the gentleman from Pennsylvania's amendment here, and I thank him.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield.
So that we don't take any additional time, I just want to piggyback on what Mr. Shabbat has said and add one more thing. As I look around the room and see all the former chairmen of this committee, I'm reminded that this policy has been one that has been considered to be nonpartisan for most of the time of my 20 years in Congress. So the one thing that I would add to what's already been said, and that is the fungibility of money. And I might suggest to the chairman, as he works through this with his leadership, that just as Planned Parenthood under both Republican and Democratic presidents continues to successfully get about $500 million a year in grants, none of which pay for abortions, and yet they perform the vast, well, in California, they perform all of the abortions that are done in California. Money is fungible. So the fact that we're looking at the same amount of aid and we're simply saying that there will be a preclusion from one small part doesn't change to one penny the likelihood that in fact there will be access to what we are not paying for, but there will be access in every single country. There is no country in which we are the unique and only possibility for that aid. So I might suggest that returning this to a nonpartisan nature would be in everyone's best interest to recognize that, in fact, we are looking at the same amount of money and the dollars will go just as far in other areas, while America can continue to have a non-participation in one very small portion of the aid we provide around the world to women's health. And I thank the gentleman for yielding and yield back.
Thank you. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Mr. Deutsch, let me just say, Mr. Deutsch is going to be recognized for 5 minutes. Then committee will go into recess because their votes are on, and then we'll come back after we vote. Mr. Deutsch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I won't take all this time. I just would like to talk about what has been bipartisan throughout this hearing today, which is our commitment to the work that we can do in advancing global health. The global gag rule is bad policy, Mr. Chairman. It forced non-U.S. NGOs to choose between receiving American global health assistance and providing comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care, which included information, referrals, or services for legal abortion or to advocate for the legalization of abortion in their country with their own non-U.S. government funds. Mr. Chairman, the extensive harm of the expanded global gag rule has been well documented. Research has shown that restricting women's access to safe abortion doesn't stop women from needing or seeking these services. It drives them underground, and it results in death and injury from unsafe conditions. Leading peer-reviewed medical journal recently published findings that suggested that curbing U.S. assistance to family planning organizations, especially those that consider abortion as a method of family planning, actually increases abortion prevalence in sub-Saharan African countries most affected by this policy. The global gag rule, Mr. Chairman, is one more example. It's one more example of politicians coming between individuals and access to healthcare. We ought to be working to provide access to healthcare, not limiting it. And when we provide that access, by providing the kind of education that the global gag rule cuts off, we're also going to be reducing the number of abortions. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The representative yields back. The committee will now go into recess until further notice after votes. Markup is now back in order. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphone. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rules 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Any other amendments? No, you don't have to.
No, I was ahead of it already.
Any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually and a hearing room. Let us pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment. Everyone has received a copy of the amendment. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry, amendment number 26. Page 4, line 2, strike and after the semicolon.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The representative from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Over the past several years, and certainly during the pandemic, the American people have seen firsthand that international institutions do not always behave in our nation's best interest. We saw that when the World Health Organization willingly signed up to be the parrot of the Chinese Communist Party, citing CCP lies regarding the coronavirus while failing to independently verify any information on its own. Because of China's noxious influence in the international sphere, we were never able to heed the warnings of Taiwanese scientists who indicated on December 31st of 2019 that the virus could indeed be spread by human-to-human transmission. The Division of Palestinian Rights within the UN Secretariat receives regular funding to ostensibly provide assistance to Palestinian people, despite the fact that they regularly issue unsubstantiated and anti-Semitic attacks on Israel. Before long, we'll be funding UNRWA and other global groups that actively work to undermine our interests and those of our allies. The UN Human Rights Council decided, in the midst of the CCP's genocidal activity in Xinjiang province, that China would be a welcome addition to its institution. On February 8th, President Biden concurred. A bill considered by this committee last year urged funding for CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, in hopes of securing a vaccine for the coronavirus. This committee adopted that legislation despite the fact that CEPI had a bona fide member of the China Centers for Disease Control on their scientific advisory committee. One of CEPI's board of directors even went so far as to praise China's response to the coronavirus, saying China has made remarkable progress in responding effectively to disease outbreaks. Now, of course, we want to work with international institutions to promote American interest, but that's not always possible. And when it's not, we need to be sure that our nation is still able to advance its objectives. In light of the repeated examples of unreliability that our people have seen from some international institutions, it's up to us right here on this committee to ensure that our government agencies are able to meet challenges when needed. This amendment urges the Department of State to simply conduct a study detailing how the United States Agency for International Development, we know them as USAID, can most effectively pursue humanitarian initiatives independent of collaborative efforts with the very organizations that have continued to let us down. So simply for the sake of protecting our interest, the interest of the United States, our citizens, our taxpayers, of the circumstances, I urge adoption of this amendment. And with that, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. We should be supporting more engagement through multilaterals, not less. Organizations like the World Food Program, UNICEF, and the UN Refugee Agency help save thousands of lives around the world each and every day. They help leverage other donors' funding and help reach places where other actors are unable to and are unwilling to do. The USAID works through a wide variety of NGOs, faith-based organizations, and multilaterals. Its funding to UN organizations is voluntary, which allows USAID to determine who on the ground is best positioned to meet the needs of those suffering from conflict, natural disasters, economic depreciation, or other challenges. Again, a framing resolution on the value of international development as a tool for U.S. foreign policy is not the place to be mandating reports. In fact, it's the opposite of what we just supported in the state authorization bill by reducing reports. I now yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While well-intentioned, I do stand in opposition to this amendment. We're all for efforts to more effectively use foreign aid, but that means the flexibility to work with certain UN agencies when it is in our best interest. For instance, the World Food Program, led by an American, David Beasley, just won the Nobel Peace Prize for their outstanding work to save lives and address a historic number of humanitarian disasters around the world. Suggesting that humanitarian efforts should be wholly independent of UN agencies would actually create duplication and waste taxpayer dollars. Our response must be coordinated with our partners and our allies, and that sometimes means coordinating with UN agencies. And I chaired the China task force, and I'm sympathetic to the gentleman from Pennsylvania's arguments, but I would argue that we would actually be ceding leadership to the Chinese Communist Party, who would take advantage of the opportunity to leverage humanitarian crises and further project their own global influence, as they have done with the WHO and other UN entities. Some UN entities are deeply problematic. Others do excellent and effective humanitarian work. I certainly agree. I've been talking about the CCP's malign efforts when it comes to COVID and its role with the WHO and its whole failure to report under international health regulations a SARS-like virus as required by the United Nations' own international health regulations. Never reported that to the WHO, the SARS-like virus, even when the doctors were complaining about it and reporting it. They were actually silenced by its own government, and lab samples were destroyed, and it was lied that it was not human to human, creating what was a local epidemic into a national pandemic that we are just reeling around the world from still today, as we had the ceremony in the Capitol steps honoring the 500,000 Americans who have passed away. The total death rate now globally has now exceeded World War I, II, and Vietnam combined. I don't want the CCP to gain additional authority in the United Nations, and I think we need to be competitive. And to be competitive, we've got to be on the field and play in the game. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, while I do think it's well-intentioned, I think this amendment would actually result in the opposite of what it intends, and for that reason, I oppose.
Would the chairman further yield?
Yeah, I'll yield to the gentleman from California.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I join with the ranking member and chairman in opposition reluctantly to this amendment. I believe, as ranking member McCall said, this is well intended, but I want to point out just one point that hasn't yet been made, and that is that the largest funder of the United Nations is the United States. In most cases, by putting a prohibition on working with the UN coordinated agencies, we're in fact allowing our US dollars to be spent but not be able to leverage other US dollars. So as much as I know this is well intended, having worked with USAID in many cases in areas in which the United Nations has access, but USAID doesn't, and where groups which the UN has good relations with and the United States is only tangential, I realize that prohibiting further coordination would work to our detriment. So reluctantly, I also will be opposing this amendment, and I yield back.
Yield back. Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Mr. Castro.
Thank you,
Yes.
Chairman. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Hicks, can I speak?
No, Mr. Castro is recognized for 5 minutes.
The amendment asks us to add a provision to this resolution that urges USAID to conduct a study about how the agency can operate independently of the United Nations. This is unnecessary. The vast majority of USAID's work happens independent of the United Nations. So the gentleman from Pennsylvania wants USAID to use taxpayers' money to conduct a study of how it can do what it already does. Unfortunately, the amendment's purpose is really to reduce U.S. leadership at the United Nations and its various agencies. We've already seen the last few years the consequences of America abandoning the United Nations. The Trump administration spent its first few years in office trying to disengage from the United Nations in any way possible. The result was China and Russia filling the vacuum we left and other authoritarian countries using the United Nations for their own ends. The results were so devastating that in 2020, the Trump administration decided to create a new special envoy to counter Chinese influence at the United Nations. We must re-engage these international organizations and work with them, including on foreign assistance programs. And I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Yes, Chairman, may I speak, please?
Yes. Yield to Ms. Kim, Young Kim, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Mix. I strongly support the remarks made by Ranking Member McCall, and I will oppose this amendment. Humanitarian operations require coordination and cooperation with our allies. Otherwise, as the Ranking Member said, we risk duplicating efforts and wasting critical resources. The Communist Chinese Party is committing genocide against the Uyghurs and Xinjiang. Do you want them replacing the United States on these critical bodies that provide life-saving assistance in times of humanitarian crisis? That would be dangerous and give them another tool to repress vulnerable populations and project their harmful policies around the world. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. The United States leadership in humanitarian crisis response is critical, and that means coordinating with UN agencies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. I now yield to Representative Jacobs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak against this proposed amendment. The resolution that it would amend frames the core bipartisan values of this committee and shows the world that there is broad bipartisan support for America's leadership role and that our allies and our partners can count on us. Working through multilateral organizations is an important part of doing that. USAID works in really difficult situations all around the world. Humanitarian emergencies are incredibly complex, and we in Congress are not best placed to decide who USAID should partner with on the ground to be able to serve the needs of vulnerable people. It's simply unreasonable and unfeasible to ask USAID to go it alone. It would not be a responsible use of American taxpayer funds to do so. I therefore oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do so as well. And I yield my time back.
Representative yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there any other amendments? Hearing none, we're going to vote on the postponed amendments and final passage. We will do that, and we'll go into recess until 6 p.m., when we'll come back for recorded votes.
Yeah.
The committee is now in recess.
Did we recess?
Mr. Kim, thank you so much for joining us, sir. Can we test our audio?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And Mr. Cicilline.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Get through this quickly because I believe a lot of members have other things to do other than staying on the with me here this evening.
Amen.
We have dinner right here, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we enjoy being with you.
Yeah, well, you know, so let's do this. The committee will now resume consideration of the amendment to H.R. 1157, the Department of State Authorization Act of 2021, on which roll call votes were requested and postponed. The question is on the Perry Amendment, designated number 27 to H.R. 1157. A recorded vote is ordered. All members, please make sure you are visible to the chair and unmute your microphones when your name is called. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman?
No.
Representative Sherman votes no. Representative H.Res? Representative H.Res? Okay. Representative Connolly?
Votes nay.
Representative Connolly votes nay. Representative Deutsch?
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass?
No.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating?
I see any other hands, so.
Representative Keating? Representative Cicilline?
Here and I'm muting.
Representative Cicilline?
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Barra?
No.
Representative Barra votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
That's going to be the last one.
Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar, I don't see you on camera. Representative Allred. Representative Allred?
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no.
No.
Oh, Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Kim.
No.
Representative Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
Jacobs votes no.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
Manning votes no.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa, I don't see you on video. Representative Vargas. Oh, Representative Costa, I see you now. What is your vote, sir? Representative Costa?
On the Perry amendment?
Yes, so we're voting on Perry Amendment
Hello?
number 27. No. Representative Costa votes no.
I voted no earlier.
Representative Gonzalez?
Yeah, I don't know if it went through, but we'll find out.
Yes, it looks like they can see you. I'm just confirming that your vote did go through.
Yeah.
Representative Gonzalez?
Yeah.
All members, a kind
Just a-
reminder to please stay
Not
muted
muted.
if you're not voting. Representative Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Representative
Right.
Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall? Ranking Member McCall votes aye.
Double check I voted.
Yeah, I'm double checking his vote right now.
All members, please remain muted. Do you see Smith? Representative Smith, I don't see you. Representative
You
Shabbat?
should.
Oh, he's there? He's there? Oh, I see you, Mr. Smith. How would you like to vote, sir?
Yes.
Representative Smith votes aye. Representative Shabbat? Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson? Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry?
Aye.
Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa, I don't see you on camera, sir.
Yeah.
Representative Kinzinger, I don't see you on camera.
I should be on camera. Here's
Oh, let me look for you. Oh. Representative Kinzinger?
Kinzinger's an aye.
Representative Kinzinger votes aye. Representative Issa? Representative Issa? Sir, I can't hear you. Could you try voting?
Aye.
Aye? Okay. Thank you, Representative Issa. Representative Saladin, I don't see you on camera. If you are on, can you please say something? No? Okay. Representative Wagner?
Aye. Young Kim?
Representative
Mute.
Wagner votes aye. Representative
I'm
Mast?
unmuted.
Representative Mast?
Aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick?
No.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes no. I do not see Mr. Buck. Representative Burchett?
Burchett votes aye, yes.
Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green?
Aye.
Representative Green votes aye. Representative Barr?
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe, I don't see you on camera. Representative Muser?
Muser votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney? Representative Tenney?
Tenney votes aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Pfluger votes aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliotakis?
Yes.
Representative Maliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer?
Representative Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. Representative Jackson?
Aye.
Representative Jackson votes aye. Representative Kim?
Kim votes aye.
Representative Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar?
Yes.
Representative Salazar votes aye. Representative Sears, I don't see you on camera. Representative Keating?
Keating votes no.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Omar?
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Gonzalez?
Votes no.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. I don't see that. Do you see Zeldin? No Zeldin, STB, no Buck. Chair Meeks?
Have all members been recorded? Oh, Chair Meeks votes no.
Chair Meeks votes no.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Sears was seeking your attention.
Mr. Sears?
Mr. Chair, I do not have a recorded vote for Mr. Sears if he is looking to record his vote.
Mr. Sears, you're not recorded. Please unmute. I see you, but I can't hear you. Mr. Sears. Any members want to change their vote? The clerk is to report the tally.
Mr. Chair, on that vote, there were 26 noes and 20 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is to report H.R. 1157, the Department of State Authorization Act of 2021, to the House with the recommendation that the bill do pass as amended, and amendments to the bill shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
I thought there were 300.
The committee will now resume consideration of the amendments to H.Res. 136, the other measure on which roll call votes were requested and postponed.
Okay.
The question is on the Perry Amendment, designated number 25 to H.Res. 136. A recorded vote is ordered. All members, please make sure you are visible to the chair and unmute your microphones when your name is called. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman?
No.
Representative Sherman votes no. Representative Sears, I don't see you. Representative Connolly?
Connolly votes nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch?
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass?
No.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating? Representative Keating?
Keating vote,
Representative Keating, one more time.
Keating votes no.
Thank you, sir. Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline?
Cicilline votes no.
Rep. Cicilline votes no. Representative Barra?
Barra votes no.
Representative Barra votes no. Representative Castro?
No.
Representative Castro votes no.
Stop doing that.
Representative Titus?
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu? Representative Liu?
Lou votes no.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild?
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips? Representative Phillips?
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar? Representative Omar?
Representative Omar votes no.
Thank you. Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred?
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin?
No.
Representative Levin votes no.
Can anybody hear me out there?
We hear you now.
I can hear you,
Oh,
Representative
you hear me
Sears.
now? The damn machines.
Representative
apologize,
Sears, would you
everybody.
like to cast your vote?
Well, the last one or the new one? The last one is a no. And the new one is a yes, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Uh-huh.
So just to clarify for you, sir, the last amendment was Perry Amendment number 27, and this is Perry Amendment number 25.
This is, yeah, it's a no too. Both no.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan. Representative Houlihan.
Houlihan votes no.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no.
Did they call my name?
Representative Andy Kim. Representative Andy Kim. I will circle back to you. I see you on camera, but it looks like you're frozen. Representative Jacobs?
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning?
Manning votes no.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa?
Costa votes no.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas is not here. Representative Gonzalez? All right, Representative Schneider? Representative Schneider, I see you on camera, sir. Would you like to vote?
Schneider votes no.
Thank you. Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify for the members on my side of the aisle, this is the Mexico City Policy Amendment, is that correct? Okay,
That is correct.
then I vote aye.
Ranking Member votes aye. Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Smith votes aye. Representative Shabbat? Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson?
Aye.
Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry?
Aye.
Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa?
Aye.
Representative Issa votes aye. Representative Kinzinger?
Kinzinger is an aye.
Representative Kinzinger votes aye. I don't see Mr. Zeldin. Representative Wagner?
Wagner votes aye.
Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast?
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Mr. Buck. Representative Burchett?
Burchett votes aye, yes.
Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green?
Green votes aye.
Representative Green votes aye. Representative Barr?
Barr, aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. I don't see Mr. Stube. Representative Muser?
Muser votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney?
Tenney votes aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Pfluger's an aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliotakis? Representative Maliotakis?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Maliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer?
Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. Representative Jackson?
Jackson votes aye.
Representative Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim?
Kim votes yeah. Wait, just for clarification. Okay, Kim votes aye.
Representative Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar? Representative Salazar?
Salazar votes yes. Votes yes.
Representative Salazar votes aye. Chair Meeks?
No.
Chair Meeks votes no.
Excuse me, are we on the first or the second one?
Second
How
one.
do you have me recorded? This is Bass.
Congresswoman Bass, I have you recorded as a no.
Oh, okay, all right.
Hi, this is Andy Kim. How do you have me recorded?
Representative Kim, I don't have you recorded. Would you like to cast your vote, sir?
That's right, I'll be a no.
Representative Kim votes no.
Have all members been recorded? Any members who wish to switch their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Chair Meeks, on that vote, there are 25 noes and 21 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next question is on the Perry Amendment, designated number 26.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Congressman Costa, I'd like to raise a point of order and make a motion, if rules permit, to you and to the ranking member. Is it possible that we could substitute the roll for Amendment 26 that we are going to bring up now for the roll call on Amendment 25 that we just completed? And that might expedite the roll, since it appears to be a party line vote on Amendment 25. And my sense is that it's going to be a party line vote on Amendment 26, and that might expedite the roll call if that motion is in order.
No, Mr. Costa, it's not going to be. We got to call a roll. I'm going to call a roll. The next question is on the Perry Amendment, designated number 26 to H.Res 136. A recorded vote is ordered. All members, please make sure you are visible to the chair and unmute your microphones when your name is called. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman? Representative Sherman?
I vote no. Can you hear me?
Representative Sherman votes no. Representative H.Res?
No.
Representative H.Res votes no. Representative Connolly?
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch?
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass?
No.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating? Representative Keating?
Representative Keating votes no.
Thank you. Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline?
Cicilline votes no.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra?
Votes no.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro, I don't see you on camera.
No.
Representative Castro, I don't see you on camera. I have to see you to record.
Yeah,
Oh, there you are. I see you. I'm sorry. Representative Castro.
I see you guys. Vote no.
Thank you. Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no.
Good southern accent.
Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
No.
Sorry, Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Thank you. Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
Phillips votes no.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
Houlihan votes no.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs. Representative Jacobs.
Jacobs votes no.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
Manning votes no.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa. Representative Costa.
Costa votes no.
Representative Costa votes no. Mr. Vargas is not here. Representative Gonzalez.
Gonzalez votes no.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
Schneider votes no.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
No.
Ranking Member McCall votes no. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Smith votes aye. Representative Shabbat. Representative Shabbat votes no. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry.
Aye.
Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Isa.
I'm sorry.
Somebody has to go on mute, please. If your name has not been called, mute.
When is it? September? August?
I apologize, but which one of these amendments is it?
It's Perry Amendment number 26, sir.
Okay, which is not Mexico. We've already voted that one. This is.
Correct.
And.
It's the USAID one, sir.
Okay, and the chairman is a yes on it, right?
He's a no.
So
The chairman's a no, then I'm a no.
let's clarify. Will the clerk please state the amendment that we're on?
Yes, we're voting on Perry Amendment number 26.
And would you just state what that is, please?
Yes, it urges the State urges the State Department to conduct a study detailing how USAID can most effectively pursue humanitarian initiatives independent of collaborative efforts with the UN and any UN constituent agency.
I apologize. I spoke against this. I'm a no. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could clarify, the ranking member is a no on this vote.
Thank you. The ranking member is a no.
Representative Isa votes no. Representative Kinzinger.
Kinzinger is a no.
Representative Kinzinger votes no. Representative Zeldin, I don't see you on camera. Representative Wagner?
Wagner is a no.
Representative Wagner votes no. Representative Mast?
Representative Mast, aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes no. Representative Buck, I don't see you on camera. Representative Burchett? Representative Burchett? I can't hear you, sir. Representative Burchett? I think you're having technical difficulties, sir. I can come back to you. Representative Green?
Votes no.
Representative Green votes no. Representative Barr?
No.
Representative Barr votes no. Representative Stubbe, I don't see you on camera. Representative Muser?
No.
Representative Muser votes no. Representative Tenney?
Representative Tenney votes no.
Representative Tenney votes no. Representative Pfluger? Representative Pfluger?
Pfluger is a no.
Representative Pfluger votes no.
There, want to play by the rules. When my mom came.
Oh, Congressman Burchett, I can hear you now. Would you like to cast your vote? Okay. Representative Maliotakis?
No.
Representative Maliotakis votes no. Representative Meyer? Representative Meyer?
No.
Representative Meyer votes no. Representative Jackson?
Representative Jackson is a no.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Young Kim?
Kim votes no.
Representative Young Kim votes no. Sure. Representative Burchett? I still can't hear you, sir. I can come back to you. Representative Salazar? Representative Salazar?
Salazar votes no.
Representative Salazar votes no.
Okay.
Representative Burchett? Yeah, for the record to reflect that he's holding up a sign that says no. All right, and Chair Meeks?
No.
Chair Meeks votes no.
Have all members been recorded? Any members who wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Chair Meeks, on that vote, there were 43 noes and 4 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Now the question is to report H.Res 136 to the House with the recommendation that the resolution do pass. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. This now concludes our business of today. And let me just say quickly, I thank all of the members for their patience and their time and working together. You'll hear from me, I believe in the 3 Ds, and I will try to run this committee by that: diplomacy, democracy, and diversity. And I thank each and every one who congratulated me on having this first markup. And I would hope and I think that we will be able to work collectively like this with markups and hearings in the future. And I especially want to thank Ranking Member McCall for his willingness to work with us in a bipartisan way, and both the Democratic and Republican staff members who has worked diligently together, communicating with one another to make this happen. I thank you very much, and each and every member. This markup is now closed.
Well done.